Early in the morning, I still feel the weight. Shadows on my pillow, rumors at the gate. Granny kept praying, oil on the door. Said, baby, when it's heavy, you guard it even more. I hear the fear talk loud, the faith talk louder. I know who walks this ground, my strong tower. Yeah, yeah. No evil shall befall me. Angels protect me every move I make, every step I take. Heaven got security in place. Be strong, take heart, I ain't walking alone. He won't leave me stranded, I'm not on my own. Trauma in my DMs, storms on the news. World spinning reckless, but I'm rooted in truth. Devil sent a rumor, trying to shake my faith. I just quote that scripture, watch that panic break. I hear the doubt talk loud, but grace talk louder. Covered by that blood, my sure anchor. Yeah, no evil shall befall me. Yes. Angels protect me every move I make, every step I take. Heaven got security in place. Be strong, take heart, I ain't walking alone. He won't leave me stranded, I'm not on my own. I walk through the valley, shadow all around. Table in the chaos, mercy sitting me down. Goodness on my left side, favor on my right. Surrounded in the daytime, surrounded in the night. No evil shall befall me. Angels protect me every move I make, every step I take. Heaven got security in place. Be strong, take heart, I ain't walking alone. He won't leave me stranded, I'm not on my own.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to ARP in the morning. Grace and peace to each and every one of you guys. I am your brother Wise. Appreciate you guys pulling up on this fine Tuesday morning. We're back like we never left. Back like we never left. I know we didn't have the show on Friday. I apologize to each and every one of you guys who missed us on Friday, but I was traveling, man. I told you guys I had to go to the family reunion, got a chance to hang out with family, see some elders, see some cousins that I hadn't seen since last year. It was awesome, man. It was awesome. Played a little golf on Friday. It was good. It was really, really good, man. So I appreciate you guys for the traveling grace and the prayers. We definitely appreciate you guys, man. Thank you all so much for pulling up this morning. Please make sure you hit that like button. On the way in the building this morning, we have a heck of a show today. I'm sure you guys seen the thumbnail. You've seen the title. We got to talk about it. I talked to Crystal yesterday, and I said we wasn't going to talk about this, but with the foolishness that is transpired, the protest and all this other kind of stuff, and we're still waiting on information, we got to continue. We got to have this discussion, okay? We got to, because grifters gonna grift, man. It's just what it is. Grifters gonna grift. We got to get into it. Hit that like button for me. Super chat, super thanks are greatly appreciated. We do appreciate you guys supporting the channel. We do have the usual prospects in the building today. My sister Celeste from Celeste_Duffy is in the building. If you are not subscribed to her channel, please make sure you go over and subscribe to her channel. It is Celeste_Duffy. Shout out to my sister Crystal from Crystal Beyond Label. She's in the building as well. If you are not subscribed to her platform, make sure you go over there and subscribe today. Do it now. Well, do it after the show, but make sure you go over and subscribe. Shout out, we got my brother Minister Danzel in the building this morning as well from Probe Analysis. He has a phenomenal Substack. And for the life of me, I cannot remember the name of the Substack. So I'm gonna have to get that from him, but we'll get that information out to you guys as quickly as possible. We also have my sister Mika in the building as well, the Messy Conservative. If you are not subscribed, please make sure you go over and subscribe. She does a phenomenal live show, live stream on Mondays. And I believe she does it another day of the week. I think it's like Thursdays or something like that. But her and Dave, they cut up and act a daggone fool. They messy for real. They are absolutely messy. Before we get things kicked off, we also have my brother Spaces in the building. I think he's a newbie to the morning show. He hung out with us during the evening when we were doing the evening show. But I think he's a newbie to the morning show. But he's out here hanging out with us today. So I wasn't for sure if he's seen my email, but he obviously did. So he's here. Shout out to him. Appreciate him pulling up this morning. And he has a channel as well. And I cannot remember the name of it, but we'll get that information for him when he gets there. And then we'll get that posted in the chat so you guys can subscribe and follow him as well. A little bit of administrative stuff I want to take care of real quick, because I want to show some love to some folks who has been supporting us. And I just hadn't had an opportunity to go on to the Buy Me a Coffee platform and just respond to everybody. So I took some time yesterday to do that. Shout out to Donna for supporting the channel via Buy Me a Coffee. Also, Don Johnson, thank you so much for supporting the channel via Buy Me a Coffee. Shout out to the Mannings, Francesca, as well as Daniel. Thank you guys so much for supporting us via Buy Me a Coffee. Shout out to Tanya Mound. Hopefully I pronounced that properly. Shout out to you guys, her as well, for supporting the channel via Buy Me a Coffee. Shout out to Nisi for supporting the channel via Cash App. I really, really appreciate that. You guys don't understand, man. When you're on this side of things, man, we fight a uphill battle on a day-to-day basis. I'm for certain Crystal and some of these other guys, they can attest to this. We fight an uphill battle. So the fact that you guys support us, off the platform, you support us via Cash App, you support us via Buy Me a Coffee, it is greatly appreciated. We do not take it for granted. I do not take it for granted at all. We really, really appreciate you guys. God bless each and every one of you all for supporting us via Cash App and Buy Me a Coffee. Those that have supported by buying merch, I appreciate that as well. We still have the daggone sale going on until July 31st, 25% off of everything at the store. 25% off of everything at the store. Go check us out, man. At minimum, get you one of those Pray Don't Worry hoodies. It's a oldie but goodie. It is the classic. It is the first piece of merch that I ever put out on this platform here. And, I like it a lot. I have a t-shirt. I also have, I got the hoodie. So please make sure you go over to arpfamilymerch.com. Type in the coupon section over there, the little coupon code, #ARPFamily. You will get 25% off. And that 25% off will last until July 31st. If you've already got something for yourself, hook somebody else up with something. Hey, Christmas in July, okay? Hook somebody else up. So we do appreciate you guys. We got to get things started off properly with the verse of the day. Shout out to my brother Hunter, always coming through, getting us started off properly with the verse of the day. Today's verse is out of 2 Peter, and it says, "By covetousness, they will exploit you with deceptive words. For a long time, their judgment has not been idle, and their destruction does not slumber." Let me say, that is awesome. That is awesome. 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 3. Go and check it out if you have not checked it out, man. We appreciate you guys, because there's a lot of people that shoot me emails and things of that nature, and that have never read the Bible. This might be their first piece of scripture that they've ever heard. And, it's just a blessing to be able to plant some seeds here, on the platform and on the channel, and hopefully, some other folks will see this and they will water it. Let me get ready to get my folks pulled up. Thank you, Hunter, again, for the verse of the day. Shout out to my brother Hunter. Y'all make sure y'all show Hunter some love, in the chat. He's an old soul, He's an old soul. Hunter is a 40-year-old man, trapped in a 27, 25, 26-year-old man's body. So shout out to Hunter. So we're gonna get things kicked off properly here. Let me pull up my brother Minister Danzel, who is in the building with us this morning. What's going on, brother? How you doing today?
I'm doing good, brother. Good to be with you, man. It's a blessing to be on a righteous perspective. Certainly, we need a righteous perspective in these days and time where folks are going completely crazy. Their skin has driven them mad.
Yeah. Maybe it's the heat. You know, everybody's dealing with that daggone East Coast heat wave. Maybe it's the heat, Minister Dancer.
Hey, I wouldn't blame the heat because they do this all year round.
You are right. We've been talking about them all year. Goodness gracious.
That's right.
Crazy. What's going on, my sister Crystal? How you doing today?
Hey, dearest.
Uh-oh. She pulled a Duffy.
What happened? I actually unmuted it. I have no idea what just happened. I literally unmuted it.
Blame it on Democrats.
Happy Tuesday to everyone. Listen, I'm still on birthday mode, so y'all.
Amen.
No, look at you. She's still partying. You know, she's still partying.
I really am about to continue the foolishness next week and the week after. This week, listen, I only get a birthday once a year, so we're going to make it an entire month. Okay,
milk it. That's right. I don't blame you.
We're gonna have to come up with another name for Duffy because I don't want to be disrespectful to Mr. Duffy. God rest his soul. I don't want to be disrespectful to him, so we're gonna have to come up with another name for that. But look at Dylan McClung. He's like Duffy. We don't have
to come up with another name. Picking up my dear sister.
You know, we're gonna have to come up with another name. We don't want to be disrespectful to him. You know, because from what I've heard, he was a great man. So. What's up, Sister Celeste? How you doing today?
Yes, he was. Absolutely. And I know he's up there and he has some authority. And for those of you who want to know, y'all better be nice to me.
You don't want to mess with that.
That's right. That's exactly like, good morning, everyone. It feels weird because it almost feels like it's been a long time.
Yeah,
that one day made a big difference,
one Friday. So good to see everyone. Crystal's looking great.
Yes,
Minister Danzel, you got your quarter zip on.
And ready. I'm ready.
Look at you trying to flex your black t-shirt. Oh God.
You know, we got Egyptian cotton. There you go that Egyptian cotton. Trying to let us show us what a real black shirt. See, I don't have the Egyptian. I just have regular. So you know, it doesn't shine.
This is just soft cotton. It's not a gilding. You know, this isn't one of those shirts from AT and the Garden Project. This is, you know what? Let me stop. He was talking trash about me last week, though. He was talking trash. I kind of owe him. You know. What's up, Mika? How you doing?
Hey, sis.
I just sit in the back here and laugh every time. Every time. And I forget anything I was getting ready to say. But good morning to everybody, and good morning to Crystal, who is having a birthday month. Now, normally I can see Crystal's eyes, but I cannot. So you can tell she has been partying. But good morning, everybody.
Hopefully,
the chat. Good morning.
Hopefully, there's no duffel bags left over at the crib.
No, there'll never be duffel bags left over here. Sorry.
Amen.
No
that was hard on us just hearing it.
Last but not least, we got my brother Spaces in the building.
My brother, bless you.
It's Noki. I knew. I was like, what is
that? It's just like that right there.
Yeah, there you go. Noki podcast, man. Y'all go check out my brother Spaces.
Wow.
If the mods could drop that link in the chat for us, that'd be great.
Mr. Wise, I'm a little disappointed.
Well, what's up?
One, I wanted to come here because I'm on vacation this week, right? So I wanted to come up here and ask Crystal for my $5 that she still owe me, even though it's her birthday. I wanted to ask her directly. So Mr. Wise, you don't have to be modest. We know that that t-shirt is made of Pegasus fur. All right. It's okay. It's okay. You can admit it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, we ready, y'all. We ready.
All right. Hit that like button for me if you haven't done so already. We do appreciate those who have already dropped super chats and super stickers. We do thank you guys so much. Shout out to Lewis. What's up with you, brother? $2 super chat says AT said, tell y'all to check y'all's emails. Okay.
Did AT send the army over here?
I know. Exactly. It's just getting bombarded with people. Check your email. It's like,
serious, boy. He ain't playing.
I know that's aimed at me.
Nah,
aimed at me too. You know.
Oh, good. It's not just me. AT, we're coming. Relax. We're coming.
Well,
okay?
he gonna get 1 day out of me. I don't know if I can do 3.
I'm gonna have to knock it down to 2 because I didn't know, and I got a doctor's appointment.
Oh, look at the soldiers fall.
I know.
AT, I'm 3
Nika
strong.
can fill in. Okay. Nika can fill in. She can get up at 4
And wise. Let's see.
I'm with you, Celeste. I'm with you, Celeste. We're gonna hang.
That's right, Mr. Danzel. We could do it. That's right. Amen. You know what though? It's good because don't that at some point you gotta separate the wheat from the tear and all that. You know?
Come on, Sister Celeste. I got your back the whole time.
Right here, division.
I love you, Crystal, and I know that you have made your priority your birthday month. So we understand if you can't make it all them days.
Yes, that and we got to combine. Mommy comes first, and I didn't know he was going to do it next week. And Mommy's birthday. I mean, Mommy has an appointment, so I got to go take my mama to the appointment.
I understand.
I understand that. Look at you with your grown behind, still saying "mommy."
Yes, he's mommy. And if my grandma was
say mommy, that's right.
If my grandma was still alive, I'd be
hold
like,
on to it, baby. That's right.
Well, I ain't mad at you. I'm not mad at you.
Me neither.
You know,
Me neither.
I've been calling my mom Ma for decades. You know,
that's what I call my mother, Ma.
Now you don't call your mom mother. I know a lot of people in the South call their mom mother.
No,
hey, I'm from the deep South. We say Ma. We got to shorten everything. It's just the M and the A. You know what I'm saying?
I told my mother. She would look at me like I'm strange. Like who are you?
Mother.
I can't do Ma because that's my daughter. That's what my kids call my mother. So the grandma, they call her Ma. So I call her mommy. They call her Ma.
Mm-hmm. So what do y'all call your grandpa?
I call my grandpa. I call him grandpa or granddad or he's no longer living or I really didn't call him. I just used to sit in his lap because
I used to have to with my grandmothers. I used to have to say their actual names because I had my grandmothers and I had one great grandmother still alive. So I used to have to say their names. I'll be like Grandma Loretta, Grandma Barbara. And so I got used to calling them by their name. So people used to be like, why do you call your grandma Barbara? Because I have a bunch of grandmas. So I have to separate them.
Yeah.
I never met my grandparents, so I was spared that confusion.
Okay. Yeah, my grandfather passed away on my father's side. He passed away before I was born. So there was no name. My grandfather on my mother's side, Pawpaw.
Okay.
I was gonna say Spaces, and my kids call it so like how they call my mom Ma, they call my father Da. So that's how we would differentiate. So I still call him Daddy, and I call my mom Mommy.
Wow.
Yeah, it's Pawpaw for my dad's side.
Pawpaw.
My dad's side is from Mississippi, so South.
Yeah, that's country. That's if you're from the South, it's Pawpaw all day.
Wow.
Nice.
Unless you're in Maryland, I think it's Pop.
It's Pop. Yeah, that's what my daughter calls my grandfather, Pop. So I only have one living grandparent left, my grandfather, and she always says Pop. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and my kids call me Pops. I don't know where they got that from, but
oh no, my daddy is Daddy.
That's what my sister
girls.
That's what my sister calls my dad though. She calls my dad Pops. That's what my sister calls my dad, Pops. And like my aunts are called aunt or auntie, and my great aunt is called Tanty.
See, now my aunts were the cool ones. They wanted to do the first name, and they were young, so they were like, "No, don't put auntie on it. Make me see." Oh, so I've continued that, and now they're like, "Oh, put auntie on." I'm like, "No, you've been Nikki. You're gonna be Nikki."
Shout out to Kimberly Gray coming through with the $10 super chat. Says AT asked if y'all will check y'all emails, please, and respond to him today. Love you all. Good Lord, how many of these we gonna get? Oh, we got another one. Opposing counsel, $2 super chat. AT said, check y'all emails today and text today, please.
Like, nobody click these emails to after the show.
I'm so serious.
Nobody. We make a pact right now. Do not RSVP this man until after the show.
Yeah, Lee. Shout out to Joyce coming through. Been a member for 2 months. AT, would like you to check your emails. Oh, wow.
My goodness.
He put the army out, man. Golly. Shout out to Christopher McClure. Please say a prayer for me. My cancer is getting worse. Let's make sure we keep Christopher lifted up in prayer.
In the name of Jesus.
Please, yes.
And shout out to Sheila Ford coming through. $5 per chat says, good morning, my ARP family. Shout out to you, Sheila. Good morning to you as well. God bless you guys. Appreciate you all. Hit that like button for me if you haven't done so already. I want to start here with a young lady out of Los Angeles who has decided to flee Los Angeles because it's getting too crazy. I want to play this clip for you guys, and
you think
we'll go from there.
Must be wondering why, after 23 years, have I finally gained the courage to leave Los Angeles? After 23 years of living in this city, why am I now, in a week and a half, finally moving out and hoping to never come back here as a permanent resident ever, ever, ever again? The city that I grew up in is not recognizable anymore, and I'm just going to go through a few of the things with very little explanation as to why I'm leaving. This is actually based on my actual real personal experience of living in LA for 23 years. I am not a transplant, I'm an actual Angelino. First of all, what used to be a fun, vibrant city has now become so monetary and hedonistic in culture. The extreme, lunatic, radical left is now the default culture here. It is suffocating and it is destroying the city. 35 is the new 25. Everyone here acts like a teenager. Well into their 40s. And obviously, I am making strong generalizations here. This is not all people in LA. I have many friends here who are amazing, but I'm just talking in general. There is rampant drug abuse everywhere. Narcan is treated as something normal to carry around. There's open-air crime with close to zero consequences, and no real criminalization happens for many, many crimes. Skid Row is a nightmare of human and animal abuse. And the local governments here will not do anything about it because they don't care. LA streets are extremely, extremely dangerous. I cannot remember the last time that I walked around without a knife, and I don't know a single person who has not been accosted in some way. Financially, it is out of control here. The taxes are insane. Even though I make really good money for my age, I cannot afford securely to move out on my own. Nor would I want to, honestly, for safety reasons. And California just upped their taxes again. Many of the taxes go to fraud and illegal immigrants, which is just a whole other problem in itself here. The idea of having kids here or settling down here, I can't even get that in my brain. It would be so unbelievably expensive. And the schools here are just indoctrination camps that are failing. And the private schools, many of them cost more than a lot of colleges do. The dating scene is completely broken. It feels like both men and women are just in this perpetual Peter Pan state when they're 40 years old. The dominating culture is entirely self-focused, which makes dating significantly harder. It has honestly just become wickedly hedonistic, and I just don't think this is the place to plant roots or raise the next generation. Wow. Outside of my friends and my family, I will miss my childhood home, which is the room I'm in right now, and I will miss the food because objectively, Los Angeles has the best food on the planet. I am going to deeply miss Mexican and Japanese food. Good Mexican and Japanese food. Oh, and the Hillstone restaurants I will miss so dearly. And honestly, Hollywood is just a dying city. So if anyone has any recommendations for Nashville, let me know.
Just to give you some data to actually back up what this...
Wow. Now, she's talking about moving to Nashville. I hope that she doesn't bring those liberal thoughts and ideas to Nashville. The crazy thing is Nashville is very expensive now. It's not California expensive, but for the South, it's getting up there. It's probably one of the most expensive cities in the South because there's been so many people that have moved from the West Coast, whether it's California or Colorado, Washington. They've moved out there. And now Nashville is actually getting pretty progressive. I mean, we've seen them protest and we've seen some of the craziness happening, out there in Nashville. So, I don't understand for the life of me, these people, they get fed up, with the far left progressive policies that have been implemented in LA or in other cities in the West Coast. And then they move south and vote the same exact way. Makes absolutely no sense. But Spaces, we'll give you the first word. What are your thoughts, bro?
Well, it's tough for me. Excuse me. It's tough for me I fully expected her to come up with some completely vain reasons as to why she was moving, right? But she ended up coming up with stuff that actually makes sense and what is actually stuff that a lot of people are talking about, right? And this is stuff that we literally see in the media, on the news, people's complaints that live there is what she's saying. I will also say, though, it was tough for me to really take what she was saying seriously, because she said she's after 23 years, I'm moving out of.
Took that long, right?
Well, she's the youngest. She's probably 23. So I'm
that's
gonna
what I was
give her
about
the
to say.
benefit of the doubt, you know?
Like 20, you just turned 23 yesterday. Like what experiences, like what life experiences have impacted you so much that you've come to these realizations? So I don't know. It's her complaints were very valid, and I also started to think that she was leaning towards just mass media talking points because she doesn't even know where she's going. Like she didn't even mention, okay, I'm thinking about going here, I'm thinking about going here, thinking about going here. She said, if you have any you're looking for people's validation in your thought process and your choice making. Like if you're going to move and make something as crazy as not crazy, but it's something as significant as moving to another state, you would probably already have some places that you are thinking of going before you come to social media and ask people what they think. So,
yeah, you know, it's getting crazy out there. You know, there's a study that came out. You know, 1 in 7 people in the city of Los Angeles or LA County live in. There's multiple generations living, you know, in the same home. 1 in 7. It's not the highest, you know, in the country. I think Hawaii is a little higher than that. But still, in America, 1 in 7 people out there in LA have multiple generations living in the same home. That's just unbelievable. I don't know if you guys do that, but
like to some degree, like multiple generations living in the same house. So I don't say multiple. I'm thinking about when I used to live in a different city, right? My next door neighbor had probably 3 generations of people living in the same house. Now, granted, it was crowded. I'm sure it was crowded and all that stuff, probably even messy. I'm saying it's like, don't we want to recirculate the funds back into the house so we can create some air quotes? What is it? The age-old phrase, some generational wealth, pay off this house and then pass it down to the next people.
That was a wave, you know, 60 or 70 years ago, but that's not something that Americans have been doing, you know, for the better part of, you know, 40 or 50 years, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Although I do agree with you. I do think that's something that probably should change. Celeste, what are your thoughts?
I'm surprised it took her this long to figure all of that out. What I actually thought was the most interesting part, because I think everybody knew everything else, why liberals are so late to you know, what do they say? A conservative is just a liberal who is mugged by reality. So she seemed like she just got mugged by reality and now she's ready to move on. What I did find interesting is her conversation about the Peter Pan syndrome. And I think that there is something to that, because I think that's something that happens in extremely liberal environments, because there are 2 things that liberalism is against, and that is accountability and struggle. And they don't understand where there are benefits to the human being on both of those things. The having to be accountable for something forces you to mature. When you can live a life with low or no accountability, you are arresting your ability to mature. That's the first area. And the second area is struggle. And I'm not talking about things that harm you physically or even emotionally or mentally, but it is okay that something isn't easy and you have to work hard for it and sit within it, in the difficulty of it, in the boringness of it, until you reach a point of success. That is also something that helps you mature. So when you take these things away from people, you are leaving them to a certain extent in a prolonged state of adolescence. And adults who cannot mature can be easily controlled and are most often dependent. So if you're not maturing properly, you're very likely to be a dependent. You're either dependent on your own family or some people, or you're dependent on the state. So this idea of really understanding liberalism, although they want to say it's just another point of view or it's just this or no, it has some developmental consequences that need to be taken seriously. And I've said on this channel before, the most liberal people tend to be women, and this is why I think there's a real danger happening with women. I'm sure these people can't date. I'm sure they can't own homes. I'm sure it's very difficult for them to stay in the same job over a period of time. I'm sure anything that requires any difficulty, any accountability, or any struggle is hard for them. And I don't blame her from wanting to get away from a place where there's a significant number of people in that state.
Mika?
Celeste is 100% correct. And that's kind of where I was going to go with it, because I'm surprised that she found out that early that what is going on is absolutely ridiculous. So, kudos to her, because they usually find out too late, and then it's still everybody else's fault, because it's absolutely what Celeste just said, the accountability portion, and women have it doubly awkward because they're already not accountable according to the state, and then you put liberalism that has a mix of feminism and all these other things that allow women to evade certain processes that everybody else has to go through. You get a lot of victimhood and womansplaining, and you get what California is pretty much. But one of the things that she touched on was the taxes, and I think young people don't look at that as much, right? Because when you're young, you tend to be, more free, more liberal, and you're in these spaces where you're coddled and other people are taking care of you. But she's been able to, at 23, find out that, hey, these taxes are pretty high. And if I continue, they're going to eat into what I plan to do with my life. Right. So I did like that she noticed that. She seems to be bright. I'm hoping she's not liberal, maybe in the middle. I don't see it being conservative, but at least maybe in the middle where she can, give a all around synopsis on actually what's going on. But lastly, I read a study over the weekend, and it was about conservative women and liberal women. And it said that liberal women were almost 5 times as unhappy, yes, as conservative women.
Mm.
And
you said 5 times?
Yes,
almost
like
5 times?
it was yeah, it was high. It was so high. Like it was so high. I also read another study, that liberal men and testosterone, but that's a whole nother thing. But but the study with women, it didn't shock me, but it shocked me. And it goes to show why you see all of the nonsense that you see out there in California and places like that on the West Coast. And this young lady seems to be getting out early, because a lot of those people, and especially the women, they're depressed. They're on these drugs, and rightfully they're on drugs that have been prescribed to them. So you get all of that mixed up, and you get a bunch of people with no accountability. You have these doctors telling them that it's just something wrong with them, and the world doesn't understand. So they're constantly validated by that. And I'm just looking at it like I hope, and I pray that girl gets out, because California seems to be a cesspool of people that that do stay, and it's not everybody, but people that do stay, they're inundated in that, and they like the mentality and the victimhood, and the assertion that they're getting from their government and everybody else that what they're doing is right. The world is on fire, and it's everybody else's fault but them.
No, you're right. California is basically turning into, if it's not already, similar to a third world country where it's have and have nots. There's no real middle class there anymore. And it's really a state full of uber elites and rich folks, and everybody else just striving or trying to make it, from one day to the next. It's a sad place because it's a beautiful place. I haven't been to California in a long time, and I don't necessarily have a lot of interest in going, but there was a time when I used to love LA, San Diego, gorgeous, beautiful. But the things that I hear about that place nowadays, I'm like, no. And when the sheriff, when the sheriff comes on TV and says, "Hey, you coming out here at your own peril. We can't protect you."
They got problems.
We can't protect you if you come out here. Hey, you're putting your life in your own hands. That right there is enough to say, you know what? I don't need to go there. I can't get on a plane and bring my pistol with me. So I don't need to go to a place like this.
I've only been twice, and just the 2 times, because it was a long span. It was beautiful when I saw it, because I drove from, I think it was Las Vegas. It was beautiful the first time. The second time I went, I only spent maybe a day there. It was a completely different place. So what people are saying is absolutely true about California.
Wasn't it in California where they're passing certain laws about underage transforming?
Yes. Well, they wanted to take down. They wanted to lower the age of consent down to, I believe, 12, if I'm not mistaken, but it didn't pass. But that's what they wanted to do.
And if they're a sanctuary state, so if you leave, if your parents won't let you do it in the state you're in, you can go there, and California will give you sanctuary to do that. Yeah.
Go ahead,
but I was there 2 years ago, and I went to Skid Row. I paid somebody to drive me through so I could look at it. I have video of it. It's exactly like you see it on television, except you should know this. The people there are very happy, and they have created an entire community. When I was there, they were having a festival.
Wow.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Crystal.
So the young lady, I know she's 23, but I know we like she's young, but I don't think you're too young to understand foolishness. Like, you're not too young to understand foolishness. And I say that because I watch some young people around here that look, and they're young people that are saying, but this just doesn't make sense. And especially the young people that have been in the presence of, God rest his soul, Charlie Kirk and them. They know that there's something very wrong with how this world is going. At 23, she might be leaving because, now she's quote unquote old enough, and she finally mustered up the strength. I know it took me a minute just to leave the family surrounding. I was like, hold on. I want to go, but I don't want to leave my family yet. So I can see that too. But I think we have to realize that the Democrat Party, the liberals, and the DSA are 3 completely different sets of people at this point in time. Amen. And when you see the level of the foolishness that is going on, to me, when you're young, now coming out on your own, and I'm saying this from experience, listening to my son right now, okay? Young, coming out on your own, and like she mentioned the taxes, hold on, but I can't keep my money. I'm trying to get my life started, and you snatching more of my money? That's problematic. She said she can't go out on her own. She can't go out on her own because, listen, I don't know who's gonna run up in my house, and it's not like the police are coming to get me, could come and save me, because the police is over here like, nah, you have to figure that out yourself. So she got to think about that. At 23, clearly, especially if you, again, like if you're under the people who have experienced Charlie Kirk or any of these conservative type of things, because you even hear her, the way her talking goes, she was talking about liberals and things like that. It's almost like she is independent or conservative. So being in that space, and it's just getting progressively worse, it's like, I have to get out of here. I think about Minister Denzel, who's like, listen, I'm going to hold it down in New York. And you're like, Minister, get out while you can. Get out. Come on, let's get you out. We want to save you. So I can see her saying, listen, I try to hold it down here, but this is not getting any better. This is not getting any better. And I'm actually proud of her for saying, I got to get up and get out, because I'm not going to get far here. I'm not going to find a husband here, clearly, because as I said to my sister this weekend, we're going to have to check birth certificates when it's time for us to get married. We're going to have to do DNA tests to verify the chromosomes and all that. We're going to have to do a lot.
And testosterone levels.
That's what I'm saying. We got to figure out all this stuff before I even say I do, because I need to know what I'm working with, because these surgeries, I need to know. So I understand. Just like, let me get up out of here, because I got to go find like a corn-fed, you know,
cow tipping.
Timberlake wearing.
Going over to Nashville. She's going over to Nashville, but she's gonna go sit down there and explore all around to see if she can find. I'm telling you, because she ain't gonna find a husband out there. The men out there gonna be just as pretty, or maybe even prettier than her. So she's like, I'm not trying to stay out here. I'm saying that young lady's making the right decision. Listen, get out while you can, and young people, get out while at this point, y'all can see the crazy. If you're not part of the crazy, you can see the crazy. And what you just said, Mika, is so funny, because I said this the other day. I said it takes a lot of energy to be angry. And these people are angry all of the time. No wonder they're unhappy, because it takes so much to be angry and be upset. And they are on this anger mode 24/7. Of course they're gonna be five. I'm surprised they're 20 times worse, because at this point, y'all are always angry and all for nothing. You're screaming at people just to be screaming. Like, at this point, I understand why you're angry, and this is why I said we don't need to be around y'all. Y'all can stay over there with your crazy. We'll stay over here in the sanity. So, shout out to her. Let's get her out of there. And Spaces, I understand what you're saying, but I did the same thing. I asked people before I moved to Georgia. I was like, tell me what Georgia's like, because I heard there's different counties, and let me know. And they kind of walked me, given there were some people that I knew and other people I didn't know. But
let me ask you this. Did you go to social media and ask that question, or did you ask people directly?
No, it was a combination. That's what I'm saying. It was a combination. I asked some friends that I knew, and then there were people that they were like, they didn't live in certain areas. So they were like just asking social media, because they know the specific areas. They knew their areas and some other areas, but there were other areas they're like, we don't know nothing about that. We don't live in that area. You can ask people in that area. So I went into I'm a little bit older, Spaces, as you know. I just turned 46. So I went to Facebook, and I went into the book face, whatever they want to call it. I went on Facebook, and I went to little communities of, you live in the area. Tell me what this is like. Yeah.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you did footwork with it. You know what I mean? That's which I
used to get people all the time in Baltimore tell me I'm moving to Atlanta, or I want to move to Atlanta. And I used to tell them all the time, don't go. Don't go.
I understand though why they're trying to get out.
I mean, I understand you want to leave Baltimore. I get it. But there's so many better places to move than Atlanta, to be honest with you. And especially, and it'd always be people that don't really have a whole lot going on for themselves in Baltimore. And if you ain't got much going on in Baltimore, you ain't gonna make it in Atlanta.
Nope.
You're gonna be there 6 months, and then you're gonna be looking for a place to stay. That's like somebody with not a whole lot going for themselves moving to New York City 10 or 15 years ago.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that moved to LA. From the music industry, they moved to LA and they're back.
Yeah,
like,
I had those people. I had the same thing happen. There were people that were that I knew when I lived in South Florida that moved to Georgia, and in 6 months they'll be back. And I remember they were like, Crystal, the way you are so close knit, you and your sister so close knit with your family, there's no way y'all gonna last in Atlanta. We've been here now 12 years, so clearly we lasted. But I think the difference is we had a plan, we had everything together. We weren't sitting down here,
You're not stupid.
Dream. Exactly. We weren't stuck on stupid. There you go. We weren't stuck on stupid. We were prepared. So I think, definitely that's the difference.
Minister Denzel, we'll give you the last word. We're gonna keep it moving.
Yeah, listen, I think she made some good points, and I hope that if there's a Republican candidate out there running for office in her city, that they will take advantage of that video. It would save them a lot of money, and they will get high return. What better way to prove that they are mad by having somebody that's there talk about how mad they are? It's refreshing to see somebody from California publicly acknowledge the madness of the Twilight Zone, Outer Limits, California land. Because they are certainly cuckoo for Cocoa Pops out there. And so it's my only question is, why did it take her so long? But I also wonder how many other people that are out there in California that are feeling the same way she is, and are not speaking out as they should be speaking out. They need to be more active and more vocal about what's going on out there, because they've been in that condition for a very long time, and there should have already been a movement to reverse the mess that's going on there. And if there are many more out there who are suffering from the same mindset that she is, then the question is, what are they doing about it? And why haven't they done something about it? So that's what I'm looking for. I mean, if anything's going to happen, the people got to get together and start making some moves and making some public statements and doing some public demonstrations. And, you need to see a whole lot of that out there, but you're not seeing it. So I'm not sure what's going on.
No, you're absolutely right, Minister Denzel. The fraud is so rampant out there. When we, look back, over the past, couple of months, the ads that Spencer Pratt ran, I think he ran a very strong campaign.
Yes,
he put everything out there, let it be known, like, hey, I am willing to work with whoever I need to work with to make changes. He talked about, Skid Row. He talked about the abuse of animals. He talked about the robberies. I mean,
and he was gaining. And
then all of a sudden, out of nowhere,
they stole
he's third place, and he's not in the general. There's some craziness. There's some kookiness going on when it comes to the elections out there.
But the people support that. Anytime your hatred for somebody can be put over your well-being, it's a mental problem. They acknowledged all of that. I've seen people say, yes, but he's MAGA. And I'm like,
Well, you also had the one lady that was like, she didn't even know the policy. She's just like, I'm just voting for Karen Bass because she's Black and she a woman. And that's it. The identity politics on the left is unreal.
And she's not even Black as usual. She's not even Black.
She's over my family's team. I'm like, y'all took every time. Everybody.
When they start talking about putting the National Guard to secure elections, this is why, because the people themselves are refusing to secure the election. Mika, you're 100% right. They don't care in California that they stole that election from him.
That's my
and
point.
Everybody there knows they did. Everybody knows.
Everybody and their grandmother.
It's unfair to see how many votes a candidate can get and then wait. So they say, okay, he's got 320,000. That means we need this many more, and we could take the next 10 days to find the number of votes that we need to kick him out. And everybody watched them do that. And the people there don't care. So when they start having to bring the National Guard into these places, and it won't be the first time. Democrats have a long history of doing elections, and they have had to often have federal troops come and secure their elections because Democrats are historically willing to cheat.
I mean, dude, they were doing this during the Jim Crow era, in the South, in the early 1900s and late 1800s, they were doing this.
Chicago,
they have a whole movie on that.
Tammany Hall. All of those elections were stolen.
So let's see. I think her name is Elise. What is her lady's name? Elise something. One of the Democrat representatives got on the Lord's internet and said, if Trump passes the SAVE Act and ICE and the National Guard are at the polling places, Democrats will never win again. And this is a Democrat saying. So why did what is it that you know that you're saying
that y'all ain't willing to put out there?
She knows something that everybody knows.
Shout out to Rocking the Chair. She says they are comfortable in their dysfunction.
Yes, they are, man.
Yes,
it's so funny when you see the homeless people dropping a dime on them, man. It's bad. Man, they paid me $2.
No, my man said no.
I got $4, man. I'm gonna get my money.
My thing isn't, but like, what is $2 going to do for you in California? You can't even buy a bottle of water with that.
Clearly, if you get them what they need something. So you're going to get something.
It's hard out here on Skid Row. It's hard out here on Skid Row, man.
Now they moved in the sewer.
Man. They were having a festival when I went. They were very happy. They were not upset.
The air quotes ban Nick Shirley Act, didn't that originate in California?
It is.
Yes.
It was
Kelly.
the.
Why would you want to ban the exposing of fraud?
It was the attorney.
Because they're all in on a grip, and that's how they fill their coffers.
But the crazy part about it, it's not actually fraud because it's legal.
Yeah.
Right.
They're doing it
so
legally.
I tell conservatives to stop using that verbiage because they change the argument when you do that. Right. Exactly. They're like, well, can you show the fraud? So don't say fraud. Right. Go about it the way. Yeah. It's a legal loophole for fraud to happen. Because it's on the books that they're allowed to, and now the Supreme Court has doubled down on it, right? That they are allowed to accept these ballots, these late ballots, and all of this stuff. So they know what they're doing. But by us saying fraud, they get to go, see, there is no fraud because it's legal.
Accuracy is very important. Accuracy is very important.
So use the word corruption in spaces. It was his.
There you go.
It was the Attorney General's wife who is on the State House representative, the State House representative or senator or something like that, that put together this bill. So the fact that the Attorney General, his wife, they come together, create this bill, and then passing it, that should tell everybody what they need to know about the corruption in California.
That's right. Yeah. And no, but they are violating the law when they go out there and have people sign and pay the money so they can focus on that.
A whole lot of push that. Yeah,
pimps,
absolutely.
prostitute pushers, crackheads, everybody out there say, yeah, man, I got
my Denzel, you dropped. He said the pimps, prostitutes, and pushers.
They're all out there. They dropping the dime.
I told you he messy them in a messy.
And what was amazing is the reason the vote was so cheap, because that's what caught me. Is I was like, "What? Your vote's only worth $2?" But it's because they're doing multiple.
That's right.
Yeah. So it really can be $20 if you can fake 10 different signatures. One of them said they were signing with their toes.
That's right, man.
Trying to fake a signature.
That's crazy. Shout out to Eric Romaine coming through. $2 super chat says, did anyone remind y'all to check your email?
No, we protested.
At 12 o'clock tonight.
We protested.
How much he pay y'all to do this, man? Shout out to Eric with the $2 super chat said, just covering my bases on the email thing.
Can I, you know what though?
Man.
The whole Garden Project this morning was the strategy meeting on us.
Yeah, exactly.
On the attack on, because they're doing this. This is the result of serious strategy, which is actually impressing me about the Garden Project.
Yeah,
how they're coming out right now.
So if you ever want to get anything out, you just go to MP. They're gonna get it out.
They're gonna get it out. Shout out to Jamoni coming through. $5 super chat says, "Wise, I lived in Nashville for 30 years. It has changed mainly because of transplants. Definitely not the same place it was, but still better than LA." Wow, yeah, my sister lived out that way for a while. I like Nashville. You know, it's a pretty nice town, and where I live at now, it's not too far away. I was telling Crystal, my city, and I don't know if I should be putting that out there anymore. I don't want to tell people where I'm at, but they had the top 10 places that, you know, Black folks was moving to, and my city wasn't on that list. So I was like, hey, all right, it's still hidden for a little bit longer.
Lucky you, Wise.
I don't know.
It's still hidden for a little bit longer. So
that's why I told Brother Wise, I said that's what happened. I remember North Carolina used to be so quiet.
Yep.
And then all the liberals took over, and now it's insanity.
And inexpensive.
Yep.
Yeah, where I live, everybody used to say it's racist. I'm like, okay, good. They're not gonna go down here. Not
anymore. Not anymore. Shout out to Gracie Shear coming through. $10 super chat says, Cali is really a swing state. We just have voter fraud. Yeah. No, it is. I would say, I think they said something along the lines it was high 40s of people that are conservatives. They just don't have a voice out there. It's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate.
It's like Maryland.
This is why they did those laws. You know, we got 2 Republican presidents out of California.
Yeah,
California
absolutely.
has a strong conservative. It's not in LA, but there's a strong conservative base there. But they have changed the laws to legally. Really, do you want to talk about disenfranchisement? That's who's really been disenfranchised.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Celeste. You're absolutely right.
I think that's why.
Have, you know, over 40%, you know, of the people of California is conservative, and it's like a high 40 number. So.
Didn't they have conservative governors too? Because I'm sure there was.
I mean,
Well, they
Schwarzenegger was
haven't
conservative.
had one since I think the 90s or the 80s.
Well, I think Schwarzenegger was the last
Schwarzenegger was the
conservative
last one.
governor, and that was maybe 10 or 15 years
I forget
ago.
about him.
Yeah.
I always forget.
Shout out to Yvonne coming through. She said, I got baptized this past Sunday. I know y'all can appreciate what a blessing that is. I am feel renewed in the blood of Christ. Woo-hoo.
Wow.
All right, now, congratulations. Congratulations, Yvonne. I want to make sure I highlighted that. I seen that come through and I seen everybody. I was like, what they congratulate me, Yvonne for? But that is awesome, man. Congratulations.
Wow.
Shout out to Tori coming through. Blood test and criminal record should be mandatory for pre-marital counsel today. Yeah. Well, I think birth certificate checks, blood tests, DNA tests, criminal background.
Yep. I said that yesterday. I was like,
psychological examination,
and estrogen levels.
I need you to do a psychological, psych exam. I need all of that because I need to know that you right in your mind before I say I do to anybody, please.
Shout out to Uncle Darnell coming through. Been a member for 7 months. No one moves to Cali to build a life through hard work anymore. They go expecting to make it big and live the dream or give up on life. Whichever one comes first.
Jesus.
Uncle Darnell is absolutely right there. He's right. He's right.
It's so bleak.
It is. It's very bleak. Shout out to Eric Remind coming through. $2 super chat says, don't hate. Everyone complains when we don't unite. Yeah.
Sure, Eric. But we have all band together that we won't be checking our emails until
united. There's a united front here. United front here. Spaces, do you want to be a part of the battle of the sexes? You want to take my spot, 1 or 2 of these days?
He's already given up.
Is he old enough?
He's old enough. Spaces, I know he looks young, but
Spaces would be great. Spaces would be great because Spaces has a perspective from a generation that I think needs to be heard from.
Amen.
So I'm rooting.
Got your standing.
I mean, not to say that old married wives don't have nothing to say, but I'm just saying.
You said that.
Pop.
Hey, I ain't pop yet. Please don't do that. Please don't do that to me yet. I'm looking forward to becoming that, but I ain't ready to be that yet. Know what I'm saying? I told my kids, especially my youngest, I'm like, son, please don't. I know you out there, you doing your thing, but like, bruh, please don't. You ain't ready. You know what I'm saying?
Throwing age shade. I'm sorry.
Mr. Dansdale said, because my skin is smooth.
That's right. Forehead doesn't have one wrinkle. Not one. Not nowhere.
Nope.
Yeah.
That would be a good perspective to have. I think it'll be great to have.
Yeah, Spaces, we're gonna get you connected, man. We're gonna get you in there for Wednesday and Thursday. Because y'all know Wednesday is my golf day, man. Come on now.
Yeah. Mika, look at Mika's face. I'm like, you sure you
Mika? We're gonna get Mika on there. Come on, Mika. Come on, you can come in and we'll get Spaces in there. Wednesday, Thursday. Y'all know Wednesday is my golf day now. Come on now. I play golf on Wednesdays. Shout out to Opposing Countess coming through. $2 super chat says AT had a rough night. Y'all be nice and reply to him.
Will do.
I'll think about it.
AT got it going on right now. I just want to see how strong the army is. We need to know in case you know what I mean. We need to know what we're up against.
Yeah, seriously. We're gonna be back with Minister Mind Trust, and I'm sure the minister is gonna drop some dimes on you guys because he does it every week.
Thank you, Brother Wise, and welcome to the Minister Mind Trust. This is a return to the call for Christians to strive for excellence in Bible knowledge and doctrine. There is no question that there are many disagreements among professing Christians, not only on biblical doctrine, but also around issues of politics, history, science, sociology, psychology, and other points of study. Even the cause of many of our disagreements cannot be agreed upon by the various groups that make up the visible church. The question is why? And the answer is because humans are sinful, and even those of us in the confines of the Christian faith have not all learned to walk in the Spirit of God that saved them. Carnality still commands far too much control over the hearts and minds of those who claim to have made Jesus the Lord of their lives. Indeed, it is this sin of carnality that lies at the root of the conflicts between professing Christians. But another factor, although many within the Christian faith tend to avoid discussing the possibility, is that many of those who profess to be born again have never truly experienced the new birth. This, I believe, accounts for many of the serious conflicts within the ranks of the visible church. However, while sin may be the major factor, it is clearly not the only factor. There are other causes that affect even those who are truly saved and sincerely striving to please God. One of those primary causes of conflict is error through the lack of knowledge that leads to misinformation, misinterpretation, and misapplication of the Word of God. When believers fail to properly study and they use unreliable sources that contain false information, and they accept those false views and propagate them without establishing their validity, they contribute to the problem. It is unfortunate but true that far too many of us accept what we hear our teachers and our ministers say without checking it out for ourselves to verify its validity. If it sounds good, we accept it. If it comes from someone who we respect and believe has a good grasp on the knowledge of God's word, we take it to be fact without subjecting it to scrutiny. To do so, however, places too much trust in that source. The Bible tells us to prove all things and hold fast to that which is good in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 21. Now, granted, to do so requires a great deal of effort and can be tedious work at times. But this is necessary if we are going to uphold the truth. I'm also aware of the pressure that this kind of statement puts on pastors and ministers and teachers, and some of them may resent it. However, that's a small price to pay in order to ensure that God's people are given the kind of sound information that they need to grow in the truth of God's word, since so much is riding on our accurate biblical knowledge. Those of us who teach people ought to be willing to be questioned about what we taught, and we ought to have the correct answer. The lack of proper study and command of accurate teaching on sufficient variety of important biblical subjects has been a serious problem in many churches. And it has resulted in the miseducation of the believers as well as the misrepresentation of our faith to the world and those who are hostile towards our faith. This kind of misrepresentation of Jesus Christ is unacceptable and inexcusable. While it is rarely admitted to or even discussed, it is true that when we err in our doctrine or practice carnal behavior, we give apparent legitimacy to those who attack us as false teachers. Moreover, we give the cultists and the atheists and all other hostiles assistance in drawing people to their false teaching. So here are a few things that we can do. Number one, use the most reliable sources. While it is important that we give our leaders honor and appreciate their labor to provide us with the knowledge of God's word, we should never consider them to be the final authority or on spiritual matters or the word of God. We should understand that no one is beyond error, and therefore everyone's teaching should be scrutinized and his or her correctness confirmed. We should strive to make sure that they and we use the most reliable sources. Failure to do so only weakens our conclusion and agreement and can result in serious error. Second, study carefully. Many errors are the result of careless study habits. Failing to be diligent in our method of study and very careful on how we examine and what we examine can result in confusion and misconception. Such misconceptions are then often passed on to others and propagated false teaching that harm other people. My last point is that we need to pray. We need to be prayerful that God will continue to minister to us and give us wisdom in all that we do. Thank you, Brother Wise, for allowing me to share this information. And thank you all for listening to the Minister of Mind Trust. Back to you, Brother Wise.
There's a change in the air. The world might have lost its way. It wanders in confusion, but a better path is near. With so many believers seeking community, it's time to lend a hand. With everything vying for the attention of the lost, it's time to seek the truth. We don't always keep sight of our path. When you lose direction, when the noise of the world is overbearing, a faithful hand is near. While the rest of the nation kneels before evil, we stand together.
Thank you, Minister Danzel. Welcome back. Hey, I wanted to let you guys know that today's show is brought to you by the Garden Project. If you're interested in learning more about the Garden Project, please go over to thegardenproject.com. Go check it out. And if you would like to join, hit the Garden Project /ARP. If you have any questions, shoot me an email. We'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have about the Garden Project, man. They're doing some really, really good work over there, man. So
yes, they are.
And we actually have some people over here, a part of the Garden Project. I think Minister Danzel's playing a pivotal role, over there. So there's some good things, going on over there. So shout out
as
to
you can see, they're very persistent.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Garden Project is deep and they are extremely persistent. But appreciate that, Minister Danzel. That was good.
Amen.
All righty. Couple quick super chats and then we're going to keep things moving. Shout out to Steven coming through. $2 super chat says Crystal wants a country boy. She needs to go there. Gotta get out of Sodom and Gomorrah over there, man. You need to get around those country boys. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Uncle Darnell. $10 super chat says Genesis 4:7. If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you refuse to do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires you, but you must master it. Shout out to you, Uncle Darnell. Thank you so much, man. Hit that like button for me if you haven't done so already. Super chat, super thanks are greatly appreciated. You can obviously support the channel via Buy Me a Coffee. The Cash App is in the link or in the description box below. And 25% off on all of the merch on the ARP Family Merch store. Go over to ARPFamilyMerch.com. 25% off. You got to make sure that in the banner there, you got to make sure that you type in hashtag ARP Family. You see it right there, hashtag ARP Family. So go over there. Shout out to everybody that has already purchased something. A few people got mugs, they got hats. Go get you one of those hoodies, one of those t-shirts. Pray don't wear it. Support what we're doing over here. We appreciate you guys. All right.
Yeah.
Shout out to my brother Jeff. It's not your fault. Al-Anon Recovery Channel. $11 super chat says, good morning, ARP family. Peace be with you and your spirit. Have a blessed day. Jeff, I forgot to put my daggone t-shirt on today, but I will have it on Thursday. On Thursday, Lord willing, if I can remember. And shout out to Jeff. He'll be on the platform. He'll be on the show on Thursday as well. Shout out to Queen B's Art High. She said, I got a hoodie. I love it. I'm telling you, that hoodie is soft too. That's some good cotton. That's some good cotton right there, man. It's soft and it feels good on you. I'm telling you, it do. I promise you, it's not that scratchy stuff that you get over. No, Let me stop. Okay, I'm sorry. It is good though. It is good. Everybody that got one, they can attest. Everybody that has picked up one, they can attest that daggone cotton is soft. I'm telling you. Feels good on your skin, and it's not going to leave all that lint on you either. So just want to put that out there.
He couldn't help it.
I'm just saying. Hey, see, Kirsten, she said the hoodie is soft. I'm telling you. I'm not telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I know.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, let's go. See, look at that. You know, a lot of folks. I think B got her package. You know what I'm saying? B, she said it. Look at that. It's soft. I'm trying to tell you, it is, man. You know, hey, I'm telling you, I'm not telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I know. You know.
All right.
All righty. We got to get into it, man. The fatigue is real. It's very real. I mean, I could probably do an hour, just clip after clip after clip after clip after clip of Space's people, man. I just don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? I don't get these folks, man. I really don't. I don't. You know what I'm saying? Spaces, man. Tell your folks, man, to behave themselves, man. You know, Crystal saw, I think it was Crystal that sent me that daggone clip of the lady with the pink robe trying to get on the daggone airplane. You know, there was a lady, she done grabbed her bag and she done climbed over the seats on the airplane to get off and the door ain't even open. You know, these folks are crazy, man. You
don't mean his people, you mean his generation, right?
No, I'm talking about Space's folks. You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, why they don't have nowhere to go now. Y'all done made all this noise about Spirit. And now Spirit is not here, and now they got to get on with everybody else.
Delta. You know, that lady was on Delta acting like that.
Possessed with a spirit.
Lord have mercy. Not on Delta.
Not on Delta.
I'm thinking I'm escaping y'all flying Delta. Not on Delta. They on Delta now.
Myself.
Why is it going to force you to go private?
Serious.
This is what happens when Gen Pop, when things are made available to Gen Pop.
Oh, wow. Lord,
and now they on Delta like, this is nice.
You know, look at that. Juggernaut said they fighting in drive-thrus. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is crazy.
Wow.
It's crazy. Oh, my goodness, man. It's crazy. I do got to say this before we do get started. Be on the lookout for the Minister Danzel shirt, Stupid on Steroids. Be on the lookout. Oh, wow. It is coming soon. It is coming soon. Be on the lookout for it. We already got it. I think we got the design already ready to rock, but I just need to get it put out there and put it together. And, you know, as soon as I get it done, I got to get me one so I can put it on and throw it on here. And just anytime somebody gets acting crazy in the chat, I'm just going to let you, hey, read the shirt. Read the shirt. But
there's going to be a whole lot of folks getting beat down over that shirt.
I hope not. I hope not.
You will here in Maryland. I be having to watch my shirts. Because they read and they're like, oh, so you I'm like, dang, I can't wear the shirt.
Can't have it. Yeah. You can't handle the truth.
Miko, with their low test scores, what's the name?
You would be surprised. They take a picture. Oh, so this is what they're saying. Okay.
Wow. Yeah. Yep. So here goes one of Space's people, you know, over at the Jersey Mike's.
That's let it rip.
Hello, everybody. The fatigue is real in this video that I'm about to share with you guys. The fatigue is real. This woman is demanding free food from Jersey Mike's because it is her birthday. So, does Jersey Mike's offer free food for your birthday? Yes. Jersey Mike's gives you a free regular sub on your birthday. To get the reward, though, you need to sign up for the My Mike's email club or the rewards app at least 8 days before your birthday. So what I'm going to say here is that this woman did this incorrectly. You are supposed to redeem these points through the app and order your food through the app, not march into the store and create a scene and demand free food from Jersey Mike's because it is your birthday.
Yeah, what you said. Who are you talking to? You recording now? Yeah, who you talking to? Yeah, I bet you won't say nothing now. My name is David. Yeah, what you said, get the fuck out, right? Mm-hmm, please and thank you. That's what you said, right? Why? No, and don't try to be nice. You said get the fuck out, right? You said get the fuck out, right? Say it now. Say
Sorry about the language, guys.
Get the fuck out. Okay, yeah,
please
okay.
And thank you.
Jersey
please
Mike.
And thank you.
Yeah.
Broadcast is cutting for $10. Fuck on.
Cause it's my birthday and I asked for a birthday meal.
It's your birthday.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Oh, goof ass.
Watch you lose your job.
Look, your man standing at the door. Come on.
Right, not saying anything to you. And watch you lose your job, David. Broke asses on my birthday. This is how I get treated on my birthday at Jersey Mike.
Yeah, fuck your birthday.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Keep going. And you're gonna have a whole lawsuit. You got the right one to play with.
Yeah, I better have the money.
You don't need no money. Yeah. Mm-hmm. A whole lawsuit. Thank you.
Enjoy your sandwich. Fuck on my face. What y'all get again?
You should know what we ordered.
I don't remember faces.
You don't remember faces?
What kind of sandwich you get?
You don't. Where's your manager?
Right here.
Where's your manager?
Right here, dumbass.
Okay, so you're the manager. So yeah, corporate will be called. Okay,
I
that's
already
fine.
called him, so you want to get on the phone with him?
Yeah, you can give me the number. Give us that receipt, please.
Just listen to your man, bro.
Give us our receipt, please. You very lucky. Let me just tell you that. Very lucky.
Very lucky.
Very lucky.
I know.
Very.
I know.
Very.
Yup.
You're not going to do anything.
Yup.
Yeah, before you really what? Before you really what? Uh-huh. Okay, thank you. You don't have to be sorry. It's fine.
So it's July 1st, which July is my birthday month. So I'm going to post all my birthday freebies. So today I got my giant sub from Jersey Mike's. Very excited. So all I had to do was pay for my sweet tea. So, yep. So sign up for Jersey Mike's. You get a free giant sub for your birthday.
I think everybody knows that in order to get the free sub, you got to sign up on the app. This isn't new. This isn't brand new, stuff. You know what I'm saying? But
you have to have brains to do that, though.
Yeah, you're right, Minister Danzo. My apologies
you gotta
for the language.
You gotta leave spaces alone. These are your people, sir. I heard
Not my
two
folks.
and do.
Definitely not my folks. Definitely not my folks.
That was Baltimore. I'm just saying that was Baltimore City. That was a Baltimore City Jersey Mike's.
Oh man,
I do not condone the behavior of either one of those folks.
Either
I
one
don't
of
think
them.
he handled himself professionally. But the fact that she went in there demanding a free sandwich and then got the nerve to say that he broke. I don't get it.
Favorite part. That's my favorite part. That was my favorite part.
That was the part I wrote down.
That was my favorite part. Like, I'm broke, but you asked me for a free sandwich? Make that make sense.
I'm telling you, hey, welcome to Baltimore City. Minister Danzo, we'll give you the first word.
No, I have nothing to say. Stupid is stupid. They said it all. They said it all. I cannot add anything to that. I'm sorry. You can pass me on this one.
Go ahead, Crystal.
Free birthday stuff. You know how you do that? Let me explain to you how you do that, because clearly reading is not fundamental. I'm sorry. It really isn't. Because it clearly says on all these things, as it is my birthday month, they send you an email if you are signed up with these things, and they say it is your birthday month. You have this amount of time to use it. When you go and you find out about all the free birthday stuff, it says very, very clearly in the website the instructions that are required for you to be able to participate in the free stuff, including Jersey Mike's. You need to have the app. You need to have points. You have to do some stuff. You can't just show up on your birthday and say, it's my birthday. Do I get something free? It doesn't work like that. There's a process. But because people can't read past the first grade level, sometimes these words are a little bit too big for them. And just listening to that young lady, she clearly, reading is not part of her lifestyle, okay? That is not part of her lifestyle. That is not part of her livelihood, because she did not read, and then has the audacity to go in there and then tell him that he's broke, but she wants the free sandwich, and then she's going to sue Jersey Mike. That's my favorite. I'm going to sue you for a free sandwich that you didn't even follow the process to get. That's my favorite part. Like, so clearly you don't even understand what it entails for you to be able to sue somebody. You have no clue. They're witnesses, so you put on the recording after he said drop the F-bomb on you. But what led up to that dropping that F-bomb?
I would love to see that part.
And that's so interesting, because people love to flip on the camera after they have done all their foolishness and then turn around and be like, so what you say to me? What you say to me? My favorite part is her man was like, listen, can we just go ahead and get the stuff? The man, let me tell you, that man already know his woman is problematic.
Crazy.
I'm not even gonna lie.
Yes,
he
he
knows his
knows.
woman is trash. I don't know if they're married, so he's stuck. Because if
he was creeping towards the door.
Exactly. He was at the door. He wanted
he was
parts.
at the door. He was like,
Exactly.
hey, I'm about to leave your behind.
He wanted no parts of her ratchetry. That's right there. He did not want part of it. And he's sitting down and he's like, Lord. And even the guy had to say, listen to your man. Most men, if quote unquote, you were disrespecting their woman and she did nothing, the man would have said something and stepped up for his lady. But he said nothing because he knows this is your everyday, ongoing, miserable behavior. Like my dear Mika said, they are so angry and depressed and unhappy with their lives. This is why she's out here fighting for a free sub and calling the person broke when she the broke one because she got to get the free sub. All I'm saying at this point is women. When Jasmine Crockett is your hero, please know that there's a problem. And I can already tell that woman's hero is Jasmine Crockett. Just listen to her talk. Crash Out Crockett is a hero. Please look for a new hero because that is not the answer. Okay?
Hey, Crystal, Juggernaut said Ben Crump.
Yes, you already know. You already know. Al Sharpton is probably on his way there too. Come on now. Al Sharpton and Dominique Alexander are probably fighting over the case at this point because they both want to get in on it. I'm telling you right now, please read the instructions. It's very clear. They do give free stuff, and they're very kind with it. They're very nice. This is what they want to do. Wow, but reading and comprehension is key. And if you don't know how to read, get hooked on phonics. It's still around. Okay? Thank you.
Well, they're not teaching phonics anymore. They're teaching pictures or something stupid like that.
You can order it online.
That's why they need to order hooked on phonics.
They're teaching Black English.
But the problem is this.
Ebonics.
Her man has zero control. Can you imagine if she's doing this to a complete stranger at a restaurant? I can only imagine the type of craziness that she's and headache that she is to him. I'm surprised that he's still with her unless she's taking care of him. And that's the only reason why he's continuing to deal with him because, you got a lot of dudes that they will deal with a bunch of crazy, they will deal with a bunch of crazy, if they're being taken care of. Mika, go ahead.
Wow.
I'm just going to say this is pretty much on par with what's, going on in today's society. The reason why the husband or boyfriend or whatever he is
I'm sure that's a boyfriend. I'm sure it's a boyfriend.
Yeah,
that's not husband.
More than likely it is. But the reason why he's at the door, one, because it gives him a little breather before they got to get back in the car. So he can go outside and decompress. And then, the second is men understand that when you have that confrontation, that there is a level of violence that may come along with it.
That's right.
So he's like, look, I'm going to step over here because the first thing that she does when he's right there, she's going to do some level of escalation to violence. And now he can't just stand there.
Yeah.
Right. So he has to actually do something. And now you have a whole thing that, wasn't a thing that he didn't even start. So he did the absolute right thing. If you're not going to leave this woman, just go ahead outside. Just going outside. The second thing is I'm so sick of the entitlement. Like the entitlement is annoying.
Wow. At that level.
And when I say entitlement, I mean the fact of they've been seeing Black people get their way so much, whether it's right or wrong. They've been seeing that they're now saying, okay, well, I'll just say this and somebody is going to back me up because of the racism. We're living in the Trump era. Everything doesn't work the same anymore. So I'm saying that this young lady took a chance to see what she could get away with. Because a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of liberals, especially Black women liberals, feel like they can just say and do whatever, and it can be coddled with, okay, you're racist.
Yeah.
And if it's, because I rarely see, it's rare. I rarely see these videos when it's Black on Black. Like if that was another Black girl, I rarely see it because it's going to be a fight. Like she's like, you're not going to talk to me like that. Right? It's normally with a man, one, because they feel like a man is not going to touch them. And then two, it's normally a man of another race because now when they do get fed up like this young man here, it's racism. It's, it's hatred, it's bigotry, it's the patriarchy, it's everything but her mouth. And the most telling thing that tells me she's an out of control woman is when the guy said, just listen to your man. And she ignored that completely. That tells me
completely. Because she don't listen to him. And she probably in her mind, I'm surprised out her mouth it didn't come out. He don't run nothing.
I'll say it. I watch somebody named Messy Bashol, and she has this the little meme that is just hilarious that says, "You're not gonna tell me. I'm gonna tell you because you're not gonna tell me. No, I'm gonna tell you." That is what's going on right there.
Yeah. Celeste.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up where everybody went. I would like to go to Professor April Chapman just for clarity, but I think this might be the definition of an oratang.
Oratang.
We might have an oratang on our hands. And what he should have done was call for animal control and said, I believe I spotted one on the loose. And
ASPCA.
That's right. You know, they have a stick that has a long rope. So they can come in and just get you.
Oh, yeah.
And just pull you back to your natural habitat. They let them out and see sandwiches were not her thing. That's not what you eat. They throw meat at you. So you didn't know how to go in there and get a sandwich. They need to be somewhere where they could just throw the meat from far away and then you come up to it and then eat. But yes, that I gotta check with April.
Please don't feed the orangutans.
Yeah, that's right. It emboldens them. You know what I mean? You can't give them until they're safely secured. You can't give them any meat. So I'm glad he held back. He knew protocol. He knew not to feed that beast and to try and get her handler to remove her, but he needed reinforcements. I will say this, that I'm being playful, but on the serious side, men, I'm speaking to men. Stay away from people like this. This woman was trying to have a fight. She was baiting this man, and so what? So then you can do what? So then what's gonna happen? So what you know what I mean? She was doing everything she could to try and get a situation that was gonna overwhelm her. And that man who wanted nothing to do with this was going to have to step in and handle something. And God knows that when that happens, when two men get into a confrontation, that is a completely different event. That's a completely escalated event. Most men try to avoid conflict because they understand that conflict can result in death. All men know that.
Right.
All men past 6 years old know that. Even
these are the kind of women, Celeste. These are the kind of women that have put more men in caskets and prison cells. It's those types of women right there.
And then they move on to their next victim.
I was just going to say this, and I'm not excusing the behavior of the orangutan. I'm not. I'm just telling you, I don't know the protocols for how to manage animals. I don't. So to men, I'm saying we can speak to you.
But he was trying to show you. He was trying to show you he was walking out.
Yes,
Celeste, you don't manage orangutans. You flee from orangutans. You don't manage those types of women. If I was dating a woman back in the day and she showed any signs of this kind of behavior, you only get one time, and I'm like, nah, that's it.
Yes, I think that we have to stress, like you said, in jail, possibly losing their life, possibly the fact of the matter is, her putting you in these situations is never gonna add to your life. It can only take away. And I understand that sometimes, somebody can be cute or they could be smooth talking or whatever it is that you all like in these women. This type right here, I don't care what they look like. Stay away from that, because I promise you, whatever you have in your life, they are there to deplete it. They are not there to add to it. They can't add to it. They can't. And because she was intentionally trying to create a situation. All of that. And that's why you're going to lose your job. And that's why and I'm just so glad that this was a man who just didn't take all that bait. He didn't punk up, but he didn't take all that bait from her. And I wonder if that is because he was from another culture. I'm not
No,
sure
he
why.
looked like he
Maybe
was either
just
Puerto
well
Rican or
adjusted.
Dominican. And
Well, if he's Puerto Rican or Dominican,
they're about that smoke too.
Yeah.
They're about it too. You know, they're about it. Spaces, we're gonna give you the last word on this. We're gonna keep it moving.
So I was thinking, right? So first question. The girl at the end of the video, that wasn't the girl that was in the restaurant, right? That's two separate people.
No? I think it was two separate people, right?
Yeah, I thought it was two separate people
too.
Yeah. So on our show, I think it was Sunday before last, I was saying that, we use the phrase common sense, right? And people say common sense isn't common, right? And I think that's I think I look at it from the standpoint of common sense, right? Because common sense, like we have Zoran Mamdani, right, promising all these things, right, all these free things. So like the what is it called, the rent freeze, right? If someone is if someone is telling you that your rent won't go higher, right, ever for the next 2 years, you as the renter would say, you know what, common sense to say I should go for that, right? However, the common sense on the side of the property owners is like, okay, well, what about my money, because my property taxes is going up.
That's right.
Right. So in this situation, that's why I say common sense is subjective, because there's 3 different people essentially involved in this, which is 3 different aspects of common sense. Right. So common sense to us would be like, okay, you should probably sign up for their emails, and the email will tell you what you need to do. Sometimes people, I've done that before. I've literally on my birthday month, not birthday month, but before my birthday month, signed up for a bunch of different things and got a whole bunch of different things for free. All I had to do was sign up. But it is changing now to where it's like, okay, you gotta sign up for the emails and do something on the app and whatever, and then you get your stuff for free. Some people even say you only have 24 hours to use this coupon. Whatever the case. Her common sense in this situation was, it's my birthday, I should be able to get something free. Our common sense is that is stupid. Now, Buddy's common sense, her man, his common sense was like, I only got a duffel bag and she got all the bread. So
the question is, who's common sense?
You know what I'm saying? So
there you go.
In this situation, at the bottom line, even if you are going into a store trying to get something for free, you should still have money just in case.
That part. Common sense.
You should. Common sense says that. Common sense. But what gets me is the fact that she called him broke. Man, you for a free sandwich and can't follow instructions. He broke? Really? I'm assuming that's not his store. I'm assuming he just works there. So he can't be in the business of giving away free stuff.
And usually the people that have money, and you go into a store that you normally go into, you're usually surprised. Right, because I went into Ulta Beauty the other day. They were like, "Oh, you have this amount, and we can give you." I was like, "Oh, okay." And they're like, "Do you want to use it?" Sure.
Yep. Very true.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. Same thing when I go to PetSmart and buy some, dog food or whatever the case may be, and they're like, "Oh, you got $5 that we can take off." I'm like, "Oh, okay, that's what's up. Go and take that $5 off."
Thank you.
If she want free food, she needs to go to Costco and get the free samples.
You have to pay. You got to pay. She's not trying to.
You got to pay membership to go up in there.
She got to get that membership though. She got to get that membership.
She got to pay for that membership.
What membership? What membership? What you talking about membership? I just heard they have some free food here.
It should be free.
I just came here for the free samples.
You gonna give me my free samples?
But brother-wise, the space y'all have to. Do y'all know what went on in that car? After they got in that car.
Oh, she done cussed him out like it was nobody's business.
You already know. I know you ain't see this man over here disrespecting me, and you ain't. I'm not. That is literally what happened.
Respucia.
That's why he probably walked home. He probably just went ahead and walked home. He like, I ain't even getting in that car. He don't have a car.
Had his cell phone on.
That's not his car.
He should have had his cell phone on when she got in the car.
Yep.
I could have done the parking lot breakup.
I've
already called you an Uber and I'm leaving. Okay.
Here's the rest of the story.
The last thing, Mr. Wise, super quick.
Go for it.
The way to rectify this situation as a particular man that was working for, was it Jersey Mike's? It was feed the orangutan, tell her she's no longer allowed to come into the store. You're on, and then maybe give a discount or something if you can to the people that are online for having witnessed that.
Yeah, you can't reward bad behavior because
Yeah, Jersey Mike's did back him
You
up.
have a whole lot more ratchet things up in there.
Yeah,
Jersey Mike's did back him up because she did call corporate.
Oh, they backed him up.
Yeah,
I mean, it was wrong. You ain't hey. If you knew you were supposed to get a free sandwich, you sign up for the app and then you show them the app and they scan whatever little barcode that's on the app. She was dead wrong.
But otherwise, she may have to pull out the camera in the moment. But there's cameras in that store.
There's cameras all in the store. Yeah, absolutely. Not to mention, this is Baltimore City. So if anybody knows anything about Baltimore City, to be honest with you, her behavior might have been somewhat tame. To be honest with you.
You're absolutely correct.
It wouldn't be funny
if she walked out the store, and I'm surprised.
She did walk out, and there was no fisticuffs thrown. So her behavior was somewhat tame for Baltimore City. And to be honest with you, if you're going to work in stores in these types of areas, I'm sure corporate understands that, hey, you're gonna deal with some people like this.
You know what? That goes to show the fatigue is real, because there was a time when corporate was not backing people up, particularly if they were on camera and particularly if the person was Black. You know, they felt the need to appease everybody. So the fact that they said no, they must be getting sick and tired of this type of activity. And
absolutely.
Bonquasia and Shanquisha are always showing up, so they understand that Bonquasia and Shanquisha act up all the time.
Was this in Mondawmin Mall?
Well, no, if it was over there, you know what I'm saying, there might have been some pew-pewing going on if it was over there, you know what I'm saying.
She was stealing no chips, no property was damaged. Like,
seriously.
And you know,
that's crazy.
If that facility had cameras, you know, they got the part when he told her that you didn't follow the instructions.
That's why they backed them up. They did an investigation. They know.
Yeah, of course.
And that just reminded me what I'm sorry.
If you want to go for it, man. Go quickly.
Just the last thing that just reminded me why a lot of companies are leaning towards these fully automated restaurants.
That's right.
Yeah.
Fully automated restaurant. Fully automated McDonald's in Texas.
Yeah, you gonna cuss the screen out.
They're gonna try to beat it up.
But they probably wouldn't break it and everything else, you know. Oh man, I'm telling you, we could probably run an hour long of just you know, folks just, you know, showing this fatigue. I'm telling you. I saw a video earlier today. You know, some youngins, they done well, it was a couple of them. Airbnb. The Airbnb owner comes in. They're not supposed to have at the Airbnb, they say no parties at the Airbnb. They throwing a pool party at the Airbnb. The dude comes there and was like, hey man, y'all gonna have to, you know, vacate the premises. They pushed this man in the daggone pool.
Oh my goodness.
That's one. Another Airbnb party. They got the fireworks inside the house, letting fireworks off in these folks' house.
Goodness.
I'm telling you, I could probably run 2-3 hours worth of content, just clip after clip after clip after clip after clip after clip of these people acting a daggone fool.
You know, there are some content creators like doing that. Like they just sit on TikTok.
They can make a lot of money.
It's wild what's on
easy
there.
money.
It's pure ratchetry.
It's pure. You're right. It's pure ratchetry. And it's a lot of it, unfortunately.
Oh man, unfortunately.
And then if you call it out, you know, if you say anything like, "Oh my gosh, that's racist to be talking," like, nah, y'all are acting a fool, a plumb fool. And then you put it on social media for everybody, and then you got the nerve to be mad when people say something or critique it.
Brother,
well, that's the thing.
I put up the video. Y'all know I did the video on what happened in South Carolina with the kids beating up the police officer, and then everybody jumping in, and I talked about everything. I talked about what happened in Newport Beach. I talked about everybody, every race. But remember, what happened in South Carolina was big news. Somebody gonna say, "Why you always picking on the Black folks?" I'm like, this is your problem. Y'all always want to point your finger at somebody else. Y'all the one that are ratchet all over the internet. Everywhere we go, the amount of fights is ridiculous.
But they always say that. They always say, especially to me, I don't care. But they always say, well, why do you always pick on the Black people? I'm like, so y'all skipped all the parts where I talk about the rhinos, the liberals. Y'all skipped all the white people, and you get to the Black people. I'm like, okay, you can't tell them nothing. That's the problem.
That is the problem. That is the problem.
And the Black people put most of their content out there.
out there for everybody to see.
They don't feel picked on because they want you to see it.
They
If
put it
didn't
out
want
there.
you
That's
to
right.
see it, they wouldn't have that stuff out there like that. Every time you turn around, that's who you see because
That's
they
right.
put it out there.
That's right.
Well, I said that the other day. I was like, man, white folks ain't in these areas, you know what I'm saying, with the camera out, videotaping y'all act a fool. That's not happening.
And
Y'all
they'll be like,
doing
it's people, it's white people in the Appalachian Mountain doing this and this and that. I'm like, and they don't record it.
and they ain't recording and putting it out there.
The only time you see white people, the only time you see anything white with white people go on is because black people pulled out the camera to say, look what these white, like that's the only time you see it. So what happened in Newport Beach? They were like, look, we finally found white folks acting up. And it was just like, what? Seriously? But you don't see that you don't see Asians doing that.
And I want to say something.
And we all know that the East Asians, they're not a midst of scamming. But you know what they don't do? They don't record it.
They don't, and they don't get on they don't get on TikTok and tell everybody their business.
They don't make songs talking about how they scamming. Okay.
Yeah, that too.
I'm actually not sure that everybody has the same cell phone behavior, because one of the things that came up in this Carmelo Anthony is people were saying, how come the kids weren't filming all this event with their cell phones? Because everywhere kids are, they have their phones attached to them. And I was thinking, you know what, maybe these kids don't, which is why we don't see them on the internet in the same way. Maybe
more upper echelon areas.
Maybe
that's not
they
something that is
don't
done.
have their phones that way. And we're looking at it, or others were looking at it saying, well, we know there's more video because there were so many kids and they had their phone. No, you're judging this group of kids by the way your kids act. That may not be the case. I don't know. I don't live in Frisco. But what I'm saying is there's a possibility that all kids are not behaving the same way with their phones.
No, I would agree.
You're right, because most people, look, my kids and some of my friends' kids, we're all the same way. Listen, you see trouble, you better go the opposite way. This ain't time to pull out your camera and go record it. Listen, we want no parts of this. We out. We not sitting down there pulling out our camera. My kids go out all the time, and I don't even know half the things they do unless they take a picture randomly, because they don't pull out. They're in the moment. They're not in the camera. And
my son is like that as well. Amen. Yeah, he ain't out there like that. Shout out to Jeff. It's Not Your Fault, Allen, our recovery channel. $11 super chat says, good morning, ARP fam. Peace be with you and your spirit. Have a blessed day. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Shout out to Miss Tate in the building. $5 super chat says, anyone begging for a free sandwich can't afford an attorney. Y'all.
He said that in the video too. He said you can't afford one.
I think she said, y'all make it difficult to love you like the Lord expects.
Lord have mercy, help Jesus.
Wait, you right? You on
point.
Help us, Lord.
Thank you, Miss Tate. Shout out to Jeff once again. It's Not Your Fault, Allen, our recovery channel. $11 super chat says it's behavior like hers that's making more and more people of all races becoming lactose intolerant. Oh my goodness.
Not lactose.
Lactose intolerant. That's it. Hey, I don't know. Jeff might have just coined something. Yeah, lactose intolerent.
Jeff, I need a shirt that says that, Jeff. I'll walk around proudly in that shirt. Come on now, give me that shirt.
Intolerant.
Lactose. That's a first.
I like that. I like that.
Make your stomach boil.
Look at that. The boys over at No Key gonna have that on a t-shirt this weekend.
Well,
shout out to Karen Elliott coming through with the $5 super chat. Says, thank you. Got my raffle win book. Appreciate it. Please make me a t-shirt that says, I don't want any part of your ratchery. Miss me with that.
That's a lot of work.
That's a lot. We'll work on that. Shout out to Teddy Marcel coming through. $2 super chat he said that with his whole chest. Well deserved. Teddy once again, $2 super chat says, he used to work at the Waffle House.
All the videos I see at the Waffle House, they gotta fight.
You gotta have some thick skin to work at certain Waffle Houses. Waffle Houses, you gotta have some thick skin and be able to.
Keep telling me to go. I'm not going.
Well, you ain't got to worry about it. If you go to the one up in Frederick, ain't no problems up in Frederick. You ain't got to worry about that. Frederick's fine. It's that joint around there where Crystal lives at, over in East Atlanta. Now you might need to be concerned. You take your butt down to, South Decatur, you might need to be concerned. A Waffle House off Candler Road. You know what I'm saying? If you know,
Very true.
Waffle Houses all up and down the Eastern Seaboard. He calling out the states. Now, Frederick, you can go.
Frederick, you can go. It don't matter what time of day. You straight in Frederick. You know this.
Yeah, Frederick is very, 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 very nice and well policed.
You straight in Frederick. Now, if you find your way, out, going towards Eastern Maryland, you got to go up like going towards Delaware, Bel Air, Maryland. If you know anything about Bel Air, you're not gonna have no problems out in Bel Air. You know what I'm saying? You go up to Bel Air, you're not gonna have no problems. The name Bel Air, you're not gonna have no problems in Bel Air at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
That's where all the nice museums at and the national parks. And
you straight up there. You straight up there. You know what I'm saying? Now, that might be the reason why there was no Waffle Houses in Baltimore, because they can't stand for something to be open at 3 o'clock in the morning. Are you crazy?
No, but you go a little further to Delaware, you get to that Christina Mall, child.
Wow. So
don't worry, Mika. I know where to shuffle you around to get you to a good Waffle House around here.
Well, Mika can go she can go right on up to Frederick, right up 270. You're not gonna have no problems at the Waffle House in Frederick off of 270. You're not gonna have no problems up there. It's good people up that way, wealthy people up that way.
Absolutely.
Wow. Shout out to Jeff once again. It's not your fault. Allen Recovery Channel $11 super chat says, I disagree with Celeste. That a silverback female and she was in season, requires large amounts of carbs during the process, avoid at all costs or face their wrath. Jeff, come on, man.
What you eating today, Jeff? What you eating today? You drinking something?
Jeff on one today. Hey,
what's going on?
Are you off this week or something? You know what I'm saying? You already, it ain't 12 o'clock yet. You shouldn't be in the liquor cabinet this early now. Come on now.
That was a silverback.
Shout out to Uncle Darnell with the $2 super chat says the Tangs is gonna get they free sandwiches.
That part.
Y'all are best, man. Shout out to Mark Herrera coming through. $5 super chat says, I avoid confrontation at all costs. I have too much to lose, and that's what makes things get dangerous. Love like Jesus loves. Yeah, I agree with you. That's the problem. Too many people in Baltimore City ain't got nothing to daggone lose. That is the problem.
Yes.
Shout out to Alicia C's $5 super chat says, common sense would tell you that if you are getting something for free, you should at least show some humility.
That part.
Yeah.
Who's common sense?
Yeah. Who's common sense? Shout out to Uncle Darnell, $5 super chat. Modern low IQ people label you broke when they can't get something off you for free. Ironic, huh? That's the crazy thing. That is the crazy thing. I'm like, wait, you are looking for something for free. Got the nerve to call this man broke. I just don't understand these people, man.
Me neither.
I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Shout out to Wifey in the building watching the show. She always watches the show. Shout out to Wifey. Says, good morning, everyone on the panel. You guys are doing great. May this behavior never find me. Jesus be the fence.
I know that.
Miss my Kate. That's my baby.
Yeah.
That's my baby.
That's right, boy.
Yeah, she's not here. She's out. She's up in Maryland right now she's handling business up there. So, we are apart. I think this is the longest that we have been apart from each other since we started dating way back when. We've never gone this long. So she missing her man.
So I want to say something real quick. So
and vice versa. You're absolutely right, Minister Dan. I
was looking a little thin. I thought that explains it.
Yeah, I ain't had a home cooked meal. Wifey ain't home. Wifey ain't home. I drank fruit smoothies yesterday.
That's Spaces.
What was you gonna say, Spaces?
No. So I just wanted to add how words in the dictionary have multiple definitions.
Mm-hmm.
That's the case with Black fatigue, right? I learned that Black fatigue originated as Black people being fatigued of how they were being treated by white people, and now it's changed. It gotten a second definition as to the fatigue that we see about people being fatigued of ratchet behavior.
How Black people act. Some Black people act.
Certain. Well, and that's the part about it, man. It's a small subset, of people. It's not the masses. It's not the majority. It's a small subset. It's unfortunate that small subset got the Obama phones and they put all their business out there on daggone Front Street for everybody to see and critique.
That's right.
That's the problem. Obama did this. This is Obama's fault. He gave everybody access to a daggone phone. This is Obama's fault, man.
Yeah.
You forgot one thing, and it's a small subset. But a large part of the subset is saying nothing against it. It's only a small part of us are actually calling it out, while the rest are keeping their mouths shut.
Right. Also part of the problem.
True. So true.
There are less people speaking out about it than the people that are doing these activities.
That's right.
So if you have 100 people doing these ratchet activities, you'll have 15 speaking against it. Then the other 85 are like, y'all, you 15 shouldn't be saying that.
Y'all shouldn't say anything about it. Let them do what they do.
Stupid, which is
drives me crazy. Shout out to Jeff once again. It's not your fault. Out on Recovery Channel, $11 super chat says, "Wise, check out the video of the young lady who rolled over the counter of Popeyes to steal chicken and then rolled back over it like a trained walrus." Sad.
Wow. He's not lying. I saw that.
I didn't see that one.
What
in
the world? I'm like, y'all got issues. Y'all got issues.
Wow.
If you can't afford
when you say rolled over, are you meaning like rolled over the counter?
Yes,
like
yes.
Literally.
To get behind the counter to get the chicken and roll back out.
You said there's a whole lot out there. Why? You said there's a whole lot of them out there.
I'm telling you, clip after clip after clip. I'm telling you, you could probably do a marathon, a 24-hour marathon of these crazy videos, man. I'm sure you could.
And never repeat one.
Yeah, never have to repeat. Never.
It's amazing.
Shout out to Mark Herrera coming through. $5 super chat says, "People only hear what they want to hear, especially if it doesn't fit their preferred narrative." Yeah.
True.
Yeah, you're right about that one. Shout out to It's Not Your Fault, Al-Anon Recovery Channel. My brother Jeff, $11 super chat says, "World Star promotes and incentivizes this behavior. As far as I know, there isn't a Mountain Star or Hick Star."
Oh, Jeff, I love you, Jeff. Jeff,
There we go again, Jeff. Boy, man.
Jeff on it today. Jeff is on it today. Lord have mercy. A Mountain Star or Hick Star. I remember when World Star became, just a phrase where people, something crazy having World Star. Yeah, like, oh, Lord, all these people.
Someone in the comments mentioned that you realize you have too much to lose. But nowadays, these people are behaving like that because they don't really have anything to lose. Because number one, they don't have anything, or number two, they're not being held accountable. The law enforcement is not holding them accountable.
That's right.
You'll have Ben Crump swooping in and Al Sharpton swooping in and BLM swooping in. It's not their fault. It's slavery. It's just slavery. So at this point, they're not concerned. They're not concerned. They're like, we ain't got nothing to lose because we good.
Yep, true.
Shout out to Uncle Darnell coming through. $5 super chat says, "Their cell phones were probably with the stage belongings, which the unfortunate student was trying to protect." Okay. And Eric Romine coming through, $2 super chat says, "I invited Q's Food for call-in. Bring him up there. Bring him up Thursday." Okay. Q's Food for call-in. Okay. Well, if he calls in, he'll get a chance. He won't. But if he does, we'll give him an opportunity. Shout out to Jack Fierce, $2 super chat says, "Ain't nobody got time for drama and ratchetness." You ain't lying about that one.
Amen.
I try my best to steer clear of the ratchetness and the drama. And when I see it, I'm like, well, time to go.
Yeah.
Time to go. I told you I was at the field day. This was probably about 2-3 weeks ago. One of the young ladies, they ready to get the boxing over a seat. Simple misunderstanding. This lady ready to fight over. I'm like, Lord have mercy. Fortunately, she was with a strong man that kind of grabbed her up and was like, "We're not gonna act like that." And he actually was like, "You know what? We leave it." And he walked her behind up out of there. So I'm like, I appreciate the fact that she was at least with a man that could get her told, because I was like, oh, where is this going? I told my homeboy, I was like, man, they about to cut up and get the fight, man. I'm about to leave. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I just don't, I don't do the ratchetry. I don't. No, you get to acting like that, I'm out of here, man. I don't do it.
No, man.
Once you start hearing those loud voices,
oh yeah,
it's time.
And the loud voices and the clapping.
Yes.
I'm like, it's time to go.
My daughter was going to work the other day, and she was walking out.
I thought it was the grab in the air. Yeah.
Well,
she was walking outside, and all of a sudden, you just hear. And I was just sitting. I looked at her. She looked at me. And all I could hear, because she didn't say it out loud, but I know what she was saying. She's like, "It's them black people," because she don't call them black people. She's like, "There's black people, and there's black people. That's the black people over there."
Just like Chris Rock said, You know the comedy skit.
Yeah.
You know the comedy skit.
You know the sad part about it, Space, is that's 30 years ago that he came out with that bit.
Yeah.
That was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And he was
Still
right.
true
It
today.
ain't nothing changed.
changed.
Still true to this day. Matter of fact, people were upset with him when he said it. They were upset with that bit.
You?
They were mad at him because they were like, no, it's not true. And here it is. See, we didn't have cell phones back then, and folks weren't filming each other. So a lot of folks, if you weren't from those areas, you didn't know that it was real. If you wasn't from those areas and actually been around those people, people were upset with him behind that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now look at it. Fast forward to 2026. If I'm not mistaken, I think that special, that comedy special came out. I want to say it was like 1996.
Yeah, it was in the 90s.
Somewhere in that range. It's like mid 90s, somewhere in that range.
This is back before he got afraid and they captured him.
Yeah. Oh,
but when he was fearless out here, he was fantastic.
He was.
Yeah.
Now they have him. He can't say.
They got him now. He can't say nothing now.
Can't say anything.
Can't say nothing.
Remember that you hide your money in your book because
you talking about Chris Rock?
Yeah.
Yes.
He got slapped. He got slapped. That's what happened. He got slapped.
Is that it?
Yeah, that did happen.
That's very sad.
Shout out to Uncle Darnell coming through. $5 super chat says the coddling, spoiling, and ignoring of certain insecure people is what has led to this behavior. The Bible says the rod is for the backs of fools. Oh man, come on now. Uncle Darnell always coming through with that scripture. I love it. Always.
Sure does say it.
You're right though. And it does say it.
Yes, it does. That's right.
It does say it. You know. Well, I'm
one place.
In a multitude of places. Absolutely.
Right.
Well, typically, when a word gives you something, it typically is good. You're going to be able to find it in at minimum 3 separate places within the book. In 3 separate places. Just to make sure. And I thank God because we so stupid that he like, hey, y'all didn't get it the first time. Let me show y'all 2, 3 other times.
Yeah. Make sure
because he knows it's like, man, these are some simple people. These are some simple beings down here. So hey, they didn't believe it this time here. Okay, let me show you a couple more places.
Out of mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, every word shall be established. Amen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, hit the like button, folks, man. We do appreciate the super chats and the super stickers. We do appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for supporting us. Let's get into this Nolan Wells clip here. I want to play this for you guys, and I want to get your thoughts on this. Mika, we'll give you the first word when we come back.
We hope that the family of Nolan Wells get the answers and the justice that they deserve. And I say that to say this. No one knows what truly happened. There is nothing that come out that points to what the cause of death was. I mean, sure, we all have questions. Like myself, why? If you all as friends came to a location together, you should also leave together. But with that being said, I'm not going to say that a group of white teens, just because they're white, had anything to do with his unaliving. Those same people that are accusing those friends just because of the color of their skin of wrongdoing are the same people that said that Carmelo Anthony was innocent, even though there was a whole trial and a conviction that said that he wasn't.
Know the truth. Yes, sir. Know the truth. They can't lie to you. They can't lie to you. Hey, Nolan Wells. Hey, Nolan Wells. Hey, Nolan Wells. Hey, Nolan Wells.
We're not bringing in race, but we're not discounting race either. He was one black with 3 young white men. Does not make sense. But then I'm telling you, don't rush to judgment saying it was not racism, because we don't know what it is. So to tell us don't rush to judgment saying it was racist, we do know what these parents are being told and what the parents have now shared with us.
Jackson County, Mississippi Coroner's Office is awaiting autopsy and toxicology results.
Are they saying anything? Are they declaring it a homicide, or they're declaring it accidental?
As far as we know, His mother, Christine, and his father, Elmo, say they haven't gotten any answers.
This is definition of a circus. I wouldn't want these gentlemen involved in any death. I don't care if I'm hanging around white guys, Asian guys. I don't want these dudes involved. It's nothing but a circus. Now I know it has nothing to do with race.
I told you Al Sharpton and Ben Crumskull was. They're going to go around 50 states and nitpick cases that they can put a spin on and use to create more racial tension. They're race baiters. This is what they do. They're race hustlers.
Autopsies done on black children in America with foul play is presumed to be involved is exactly how this country look at black Americans.
I'm not listening to no dude with a pink do-rag on
That
his head.
part.
Not one dude with a pink do-rag.
No,
on his head. I'm
Tamu
just
Saucy
putting that out there.
Santana.
I cannot believe all these white tea people keep telling us to stop making this about race. Bitch, this happened in Mississippi. Do y'all not know what the happens in Mississippi to us?
He ain't never been to Mississippi before.
Exactly.
In his life.
Can't spell it.
It's a fact.
Man, y'all getting on my nerves. Your ignorance is so ignorant that it is ignorant.
Spell ignorant.
Mississippi. This is why it's about race. Mississippi. Mississippi. M-I, crooked letter, I. Mississippi.
No, they had to make up a
So
song.
yes, it's all about race.
That's the only way he can spell that. That's the only
Correct.
Wait, wise. Don't you remember when they taught people on Good Times how to spell it that way? Florida was running around talking about crooked letter, come back,
Which crooked letter?
Oh my goodness, yo.
Oh my God.
I didn't even know he was gonna do that.
With you, y'all want to come back and call me a racist for calling out your racism. Yeah, whatever.
I actually give up.
Y'all never cease to amaze me. Never. That's why the president makes money off y'all. He said that y'all were the dumbest demographic on the face of this planet.
We're dumb.
Dumbest
When did he say that? When did he say
Let
that?
me write
They
that down. I need to
launched
address
a
that.
GoFundMe for in loving memory of Nolan Xavier Wells. They're up to about $650,000 on this GoFundMe. There's a report that Byron Allen, black billionaire, media mogul, has donated $100,000 to the Nolan Wells GoFundMe. This thing, I think, will get to $1 million. They got a goal of 750, but they just keep raising the goal every time they reach it, and it gets higher. You know, it may have started out at like $50,000, but now they're all the way up to the goal is $750,000, and I would suspect by the end of the day they'll have a goal of $850,000 because they'll surpass the $700,000 mark or whatever. It's troubling. Is what the only thing I can call this is troubling, that they're following in a pattern that we saw from Carmelo Anthony's family. My black child has died, and I'm owed reparations. I'm owed some sort of financial settlement because my black child died in proximity to a white person. And I get to launch a charity off of this tragedy, and that money will help soothe the pain of the loss of my child. And I get the pretense of the argument would be, well, I've got to have money to buy the kind of justice that I want for my child. I guess the argument would be that Mississippi is so racist that if I don't have money to spread around, I can't get Mississippi, law enforcement in Mississippi, to pursue the truth. But there's also the other argument that some people could make is if I don't have money, I can't manipulate the truth. I can't produce the truth that I want. And so let me start a GoFundMe. Maybe I'll use some of it to improve my life. Maybe I'll use some of it to make sure I get an autopsy report that backs up my contention, or an autopsy report that tells the truth, a toxicology report that tells the truth or supports my narrative. But this seems like the way that we're headed, and I'm pointing to Carmelo Anthony as like he laid the blueprint, but maybe I should point even further back, that this has been the point of the entire Black Lives Matter movement from the get-go.
Whitlock's on point. I know a lot of folks don't like him. I mean, they probably feel the same way about us as, they feel about him, but he ain't wrong here. And here it is. These folks have raised upwards to $700,000. That number is getting closer and closer to $700,000. Byron Donalds, not Byron Donalds, but Byron Allen, he did donate $100,000. I went to the GoFundMe myself. It is there. He donated $100,000, to this. And what's really sad is that over the 4th of July, there was a multitude of Black people that were unalived. Crickets. Juneteenth, same thing. Memorial Day, same thing. No money raised for any of these people, but because they think that there is a racial element here, all of a sudden we're marching, protesting, things of that nature. I will say this about the Hebrew Israelites. I do appreciate seeing the brothers get together and unify in a somewhat positive way, even though, how we feel, about what they believe, so forth and so on. They do show themselves, as unified and strong. So I can appreciate that, but they're off here.
Amen.
And where's the work being done in all of these other communities around the country that actually need the help and need the assistance? Where are the GoFundMes for those young people that lost their lives a couple of weeks back? Where are those at?
No march.
Before I let you guys speak, I want to play this clip because there's this young lady. Her name is Delisa Ballinger. I talked about her earlier this week, I think earlier this week on the channel. She lost her job, out in Memphis for, supporting Trump. She was a journalist. She worked for some, Black publication out there in Memphis, and she lost her job, for coming out and supporting Trump's, efforts out in Memphis to help clean up the city. And they fired her behind it, which is ridiculous. She probably has a lawsuit, to be honest with you. If she hadn't already got something kicked off, I would assume that she could win that. But I want to play this clip that she threw out there a couple of days back of a young lady who had her life taken by none other than her own parents. And you see nothing from these people, crickets.
Nothing
from these people. I want to play this, and then from there we'll get you in there.
Hey, Black community, especially to you plantation Negroes, we're not gonna talk about this story right here. Hey, Black community, especially to you plantation Negroes, we're not gonna talk about this story right here. So we're not about to sit up here and have a discussion on why this beautiful Black child was murdered by her own parents. So Javea Harris is a 4-year-old girl that was reported missing by her parents. These two coon buffoons up here. These two fools said they absolutely had no clue where this baby had ran off to. Just to find out that they killed this baby a whole month before they reported her missing. Oh, but the story gets absolutely worse.
Deliberate efforts were made to destroy and conceal evidence following Javea's death. Our information reveals the use of corrosive chemicals and other tools that were used to accelerate the destruction of her little body. After this was completed, these two individuals poured what remains were left of Javea into the Cedar Creek Reservoir. These subjects went through great lengths to cover their repulsive and revolting actions.
See, they had been abusing this baby way before they killed her. And even prior to her being killed, the neighbors said they hadn't even seen her in months. And then the mama got the audacity to be pregnant again. She just had a baby. But again, my people, where is the outrage for this child? Nobody's marching the streets. Nobody is talking about how these black parents are set up here and killed this baby. You want to know why? Because there's nobody white involved. Now, if somebody white did anything remotely to this child, we'd probably hear about it. See, the race baiters are not going to chomp on this. See, black community, it's bad enough that we're losing each other, you know, by the hands of all these teenagers and just us just doing stuff to us daily. But where do we draw the line? Our kids. Y'all are legit killing the kids. And no one bats an eyelash. No one is batting an eyelash, going into an outrage or going into any kind of hysterics at the poor life of this child right here. I need y'all to give the same energy that y'all do to the race baiting when y'all being racist and want to hate white people. I want y'all to give that same energy to these plantation Negroes that are out here killing these babies. Like, does her life matter in any kind of way for anybody to say anything? Or it's just the fact that, again, nobody's white involved, that you don't feel that you need to voice your opinion to the black community about this?
Well, unfortunately, somebody needs to let that young lady know that they do not care. All right. And that she's talking white supremacist talking points. All right. That you cannot say that without having that thrown in your face. Right. And they constantly say, you know, "Oh, well, people don't care about black babies." I'm starting to think black people don't care about black babies, especially black boys. All right. But before I get to the black boy, that 4-year-old little girl, when I heard about that, I just to pour your child's content, it's like it was just horrific. And in DC, you hear a lot of things, and a lot of the times they say, well, that's not a black crime. That's not a black crime. I see a lot of black people nowadays doing crimes that they would classify as white crimes. Doing whether it's incest or whether it's the Jeffrey Dahmer stuff, like all of that type of stuff. I'm seeing it from everybody. So, but they're not going to talk about that because they don't want to have that be the face of something that they're doing as well. Right. You need the victimhood, you need the victim mentality to actually survive, because outside of that, people will start to call you on your stuff and make you accountable like everybody else has to be in this country and in this world. But when we get to Nolan, as I said on my live, I absolutely understand as a parent wanting to know everything, but hiring Ben Crump and hiring Al Sharpton only tells me that you have foregone all the facts. You don't care about the facts, because it's going to be now a case inundated with all feelings, because Ben Crump got his bald head up there and decided to talk about well, this is what he said. He said, "Give me my freaking phone." Sir, how did you hear that? At 195, you heard that he said, "Give me my freaking phone." You were able to point that out. How did you hear that? But the mom let it slide because she got on CBS in another interview and she said the same thing. We hear him saying, "Give me my phone." And then she got on there saying things about deleted messages. Well, ma'am, one, why do you still have the phone? And how do you know that there were deleted messages? You have some type of miracle software that usually, investigators have. Like, how do you know all of these things? Because it's telling me that you're assuming and asserting things that that will get the general public on your side, right? And when pressed about them, not in a malicious way, but when pressed about them, she changes her story. That to me takes away your credibility as the mom and the parents, right? Because now you're doing the same thing that Ben Crump is doing. But to me, black boys are unfortunately more valuable dead than alive. Because you can get insurance money off of them, you can get Social Security, you can get these GoFundMe's, and everybody will memorialize them. But in life, nobody cares about them. Nobody cares that much, if at all. So that's why Ben Crump and all of them jump on these types of waves, because they understand it. They didn't jump on Carmelo Anthony; he's still alive. So there's that. And then you got to think about what's going on with the person that said MAGA is a dumb demographic. MAGA is a dumb demographic, but yet you have a group of people that don't understand per capita. You have a group of people that don't understand that 13% of the population does most of the crimes. How is that possible? And that's because they're not concerned about the community, if there is one. They're not concerned about the actual culture that's perpetuating these type of things. And you would think, with all the I want to be equal, I want equality, that this would be a thing that they would want to have, a black child around white people with no problems. There's nothing going on, no problems. I mean, what is the problem? And it's because they still want to use the old ways of the South from the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, when that's not going on. A lot of these kids, including the white ones, they like the same things. They like the same ratchet music. They like the same apps. They all do the same things. A lot of these kids are not looking at society like the older generations have looked at them, but the older generations want to keep inserting that. And they want to continue the victim mentality, and the kids are trying to get away from it, but they can't, because their grandparents and their parents won't allow this type of stuff to go away and actually be able to look at what's happening to them now. Who's actually hurting them now? What societies are hurting them? What policies are hurting them? No, we want to talk about 1965. And lastly, the whole phone ordeal and these videos that are being put online. Two friends have come out, and I don't know if you guys saw the Tesla and Figaro interview, okay? Because Tesla and Figaro got up there and acted a whole fool.
Jesus.
Yeah, acted a whole fool, talking about everything. Yeah. But everybody is saying things about this phone and using that as a narrative to say, well, these white kids want to conceal stuff, want to hide stuff. He was arguing for his phone. He absolutely wasn't. The Hispanic friend has come out and said that to Good Morning America, and the black friend has come out and said that it was another kid, which the Hispanic kid admitted that was him arguing on the island. So why do we get to keep repeating these things? Benjamin Crump is posting pictures of things that are outdated, that don't make any sense, that don't go with the story timeline, but he's saying the streets are talking. It's absolutely not about this young man. It's all about continuing a narrative to keep on with the same old victim grift. They're going to keep collecting money. They're going to keep doing these things. It's every summer. It's literally every summer. There's some type of variation of a summer of love. It's starting to be in that boat of fatigue.
Yep.
And the reason why is because when you get down to it, you won't ever have any actual cases where you can actually claim, that there is, discrimination, like the black mother that was, unalived by the immigrant down there, I think in South Carolina or North Carolina, right? Or Dakara here in Maryland.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are actual cases that you can actually say that, and they target black women because they know nobody will say a thing. They're not going to say a peep because the immigrants are the protected class at this point, even if they're criminals. So they target black people and preferably black women. So I say all that to say, if black people don't change their act, nobody is going to care. The Democratic Party has already moved on, and even half of the Black population has moved on from Black people. So this is really about to be a group of people that are going to be in oblivion all by themselves.
Yep.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I want to play this clip from Tesla real quick, and then Crystal will give you the next word because I do think it's worth.
Do you have to, Mr. Wise?
Crazy lady. I won't play the whole thing. Right. I won't play the whole thing, but we'll play a little bit of it, and I'm gonna speed it up.
We gotta look into these GLP-1s because they're getting them irritated. They're getting them irritated.
We obviously we need the autopsy report. That there are real questions about witness accounts. All of that I think is fair game. But let's be precise because a kid is dead here. What's the actual evidence? Not a feeling, not a vibe. What is the evidence that anyone has produced that shows race had anything to do with this?
Well, we can talk about the evidence of what's been going on in America the last 400 years.
Talk about this case. Talk about this case.
Talk about it, but I'm going to talk about it the way I want to talk about it. Now, if you've asked me to come on to be your guest, and I'm going to talk about it the way I want to talk about it, sir. Now, you asked me a question based on what does race have to do with it. We can talk about Fannie Hamer and what she's talked about in Mississippi being a place of oppression. But as we talk about this case and what's important, if you do not want people to speculate, then investigate. The family, I'm not talking about those online, but the family has that questions be answered. And I would like to ask you, do you have a child?
I do not have a child.
Okay, well, I do. I have a 19-year-old daughter. I also had a cousin who was murdered, who was also a football star, who was murdered at 19. And it took us about a month to find his body. So maybe there's not empathy there from you, sir. I'm not sure.
This has nothing to do with the lack of empathy. You're calling for an investigation. And everyone is there anyone who's saying that there shouldn't be an investigation?
It actually does, because you're jumping to race when the family.
I'm not jumping to race. I didn't hire Ben Crump. I didn't get Reverend Al Sharpton there.
Right. Well, the family is actually asking for questions to be answered. The family is actually wanting to know, why did his friends have his keys? The family's actually wanting to know, why did they have his phone? Why did he leave? Why did he say he wanted to stay on the island by himself? These are all justifiable questions.
Agreed.
And I would have, and maybe if you were a parent, maybe you could empathize with wanting to know exactly.
You keep accusing someone of not showing empathy when I'm simply saying, have you seen even any evidence that suggests the police aren't doing an investigation? I get that there is questions to be answered, right? I mean,
that's
what they're doing.
There hasn't been an investigation. And just a moment ago,
there hasn't been an investigation?
Just a moment ago, it has not been a thorough investigation. Just a moment ago, when Mr. Thrasher was on, and he made the point to say that he went in the water and never came back, you didn't question him one time, sir, and ask
he's not
him,
part of the investigation.
But you didn't question him one time and ask him, how does he know that he went in the water? So there's a lot of misconception. That's the whole point in having an investigation. And what Attorney Crump
we are having an investigation, though, correct?
And what that's exactly it. An independent investigation. An independent investigation in addition to what Mississippi has done or not done. And why would you or anybody else have an issue with a family wanting to have an independent investigation?
I don't. I have an issue with people who are maybe paying too close attention to the race element here before they have any of those details and setting up a narrative that is setting up that family to maybe not accept what actually happened. Again, I have no idea what happened. I'd like to actually wait at least in.
Okay, that's enough of that. But how she go to immediate 400 years of come on, man.
Fannie Lou Hamer.
I'm ready now. Proverbs 18:13 says, spouting off before listening to the facts is both shameful and foolish. Proverbs 18:17 says, the first to speak in court sounds right until the cross-examination begins. Let me explain something to you real quick here. The dumbest demographic are people like her. You want to talk about who's the dumbest demographic? People like her and the race baiters. That is the dumbest demographic that is out right now, okay? Because they are bleeding their pockets dry right now for a race case that they believe that this is race. No facts have proven that it's race. No facts. People say, well, why would he have his keys? Why would he leave his phone? Let's start off with this. We're going to an island where there's water. First of all, I'm taking my car. I'm leaving the keys at your house because I'm not losing my keys in the water while we're out on the beach. I'm not doing that. So that's the first thing. Second thing, okay, we parked the boat. We have the boat here. I'm going to be going in and out the water. I'm not going to put my phone in my pocket so that it can get destroyed. I'm going to leave my phone on the boat. So it's good. It's good. That's common sense. But as my dear brother Spacer said, common sense is subjective to these people. Okay. We don't know how people think. I want to go with what my dear sister Mika was talking about. Because it's interesting. It's not about race. It's about Democrats. That's what people fail to realize. Because as we pointed out, Dakara Thompson, Larissa Sherelle Thompson, Callie Toller, these are all people who lost their lives at the hands of illegal immigrants. I never saw Ben Crump. I never saw Al Sharpton. I never saw Tyler Perry. I never saw Spike Lee.
I never saw Colin Kaepernick. I never saw Byron Allen. Not one of them put money to any of these families for any of these losses. They ain't put money towards this little girl who parents just took her life. They ain't paid to bury that little girl. They ain't paid to do nothing to help with that family. Not the parents, the people who have taken over the newborn baby that they had to remove from that crazy family. They ain't do that. They ain't do that now, because it's not about Black people. And at this point, y'all should realize that it's about Democrat. It's about the Democrat talking point. That's what this is all about. They didn't stop to say, let me bury the young black boys who have lost their lives in Chicago, in Tennessee, in Baltimore, in Atlanta, in South Carolina, in North. They ain't say, let's bury none of them. Let's pay for that. They ain't do that. They don't care. The only time they care is if they could throw in a race narrative. The fact that these young boys in Mississippi, lives are being threatened. Honestly, Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, and the rest of them should be held responsible, because these teenagers, these young people's lives, his friends' lives are being threatened because of y'all, because of all of you. People should not have to go through that. But because y'all like to throw in a race element every single time, y'all have zero facts yet. There's an investigation, as Brother Wise said last Friday. Do you know what it's like to do an investigation? And now they got to do an investigation on beach and water and sand and all that. Do you know how much time that's going to take? That ain't like a 5-minute turnover. I feel bad for the parents. Yes, it is sad when you listen. My condolences go out to them. But why did you have to play the race card? I'm going to keep it 100. Why did you have to play the race card? Because you did play the race card. You decided to bring in the biggest grifters of them all to show up to speak on your behalf. You couldn't speak on your behalf? Something wrong with your mouth? You now you have the crazy Hebrew Israelites now banding together to defend this foolishness, and y'all have no idea what's going on? This is the problem. This is why people won't take anybody seriously, because of people, when y'all bring in these ridiculous race grifters, for what? Nothing has even been decided. Y'all are concerned about this. Well, he was the only Black boy around these white friends. Clearly, he was comfortable around them, because Black people, y'all saying blackity black folks, didn't want no parts of him. Let's just be real. We're going to keep it 100. That type of Black boy was not accepted by a whole bunch of Black people, the typical blackity blacks. That is why he was comfortable around his white friends. But y'all want to sit down there and bring in race. Y'all want to bring in race always. As Mika just said, and I 100% agree, this is not the 1940s. This ain't the 1930s. Y'all love to talk about race when it's convenient to y'all, because I hear none of y'all talking about the race of the slavery that's taking place, because Tesla want to get up and talk about slavery. There's slavery happening right now. Why aren't you talking about that, Tesla? There's slavery currently happening. There are Black people in slavery currently right now in your motherland that you love to talk about so much, in the motherland. Why aren't you speaking about that? Why aren't you speaking about that, Ben? None of y'all got nothing to say, but y'all only want to create that narrative about white as that crazy M-I, crooked letter I guy want to jump up and talk about this is Trump and MAGA and this president, so on and so forth. No, y'all are the problem. Y'all are the problem. At this point, I am sick of y'all. And when you have people like Jennifer Lewis jumping up there and crying about the death of our Black babies, but then you in the same breath are celebrating your unsubscribing of life in your womb, none of y'all should speak. The amount of lives that y'all have taken, millions, y'all have nothing to say. Y'all should speak. Y'all should have no words to say, because y'all have unsubscribed a lot of lives from your wombs. But the only time y'all care about it is if you can somehow or the other throw a race thing in it. And the only race, to be honest, is white, because y'all had no problem with the illegal immigrants taking the lives of different Black lives. Y'all didn't care when the illegal immigrants were taking it. Y'all only care if y'all can attach white to it. And that is why no one takes y'all seriously. And y'all will continue to look like fools.
Totally agree. But they're going to say it's white supremacist talking points.
Yeah, true. Go ahead, Mr. Devil.
Hey, listen. My concern again is that we have got to stop letting these race baiters get away with their race baiting. The points that you made about their silence about all of those black people getting killed during the holiday is a major point. The point that you make about that young child that was killed by her parents is a major point. There's a multitude of blacks killing blacks, and we need to hold them race baiters accountable for every time they don't say something about these things. This would embarrass them. Can you imagine every time they call a press conference to talk about somebody they trying to pump, and we say, listen, what about all, and start calling out the names. What about all these black kids that got killed that you said nothing about? Why? What are they more valuable than the ones that got killed by other blacks? We have to start holding these race hustlers accountable for their shenanigans. If we did our job efficiently, they'd be embarrassed to do what they're doing. But they get away with it. They get away with it. And this is what thing that bothers me. This brother Nolan, man, he had, obviously, as you said, he was comfortable with his white friends. And he was not the only black there.
No.
I'm gonna say it again. He was not the only black there. You had other black friends who said, listen, that wasn't him that was complaining. That, you see, there one black guy that wasn't even interviewed by the investigation. One of his closest friends. The point is that we have to let the investigation take its place. But to let them race baiters get away with tacking race onto this at the front, they need to be slapped down. And I think it's unfortunate because this is gonna always happen. We have so much data to prove that they are race baiters because all of the black people that got killed that they said nothing about, if we just kept that before them, it would embarrass them. We don't do an efficient job. I just don't think a sufficient job has been done to keep that before their face. Every time they open their mouth, call the names out that they didn't jump up for. Make them embarrassed. But what you say, Crystal? Make shaming great again?
Yeah. Make shaming great again.
Shame these hustlers every time they open their mouth with what they didn't protest about. I'm done.
Well, I don't think people really understand an investigation. If the police thought this was actually a homicide, his family wouldn't have that cell phone. They would be doing forensics on the cell phone. They would be, doing a forensic check on the cell phone. If they actually thought it was something other than, maybe an accidental drowning or something along those lines, his family wouldn't have that phone. And I think they have more of an understanding as to what went on than they're letting on, to be honest with you. And the fact that his father has come out and said, hey, he doesn't think this is about race. These are kids that have been rocking with each other for a very long time.
Thank you.
The moms know each other.
The moms, yes.
They go back to high school. The moms do, or maybe middle school, as far as I know. They've been friends for a long time. So these kids have obviously known each other for a very long time.
And Wise, if I could just bring this in, if they are so concerned, right? Because depending on who you're talking to, race can be flip flop. We all know that with Kamala, right? So when you look at this, the mom is not a black woman.
No, she's Filipino.
Filipino. Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at it like they're used to being in a mixed community.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So what is the problem now?
Even if one of those white kids were involved with some kind of interference activity, it wouldn't make it a race thing. Because they, like I said, see, the point is that we got to stop letting them get away with this kind of stuff, because this is serious mess that's corrupting people's mind, and other black people are reacting to it with hostility.
Yes.
Because of stupidness.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's because of people like this. I want to play this this clip here. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold up. Because you got race hustlers out there that, for the likes, clicks, and follows, they are going to, continue to, spout this foolishness. Give me a second here. All right, here we go. It's your boy. This is Mika's guy, Willie D.
Oh,
hey, if Willie D's on the case, you can almost count that. He's loud and wrong.
He's the short bus whisperer.
Thing right here going on, fam. The daddy went to one of the dude's house, the one who goes by Jax. Jax is his middle name. He went to Jack's house, and Jax opened the door and says, he asked for his keys because his keys, Nolan's car was in his driveway. So Dad goes to the house, asks for the keys, and he say he don't have the keys. Dad takes off and walking away, and he's walking away with some other friends of Nolan's. And one of the friends, the real friends, they're really upset. And they want something to be done because they're suspicious. They know they did something to that boy. So one of them turns around, go back to the house and say, nah, man, he knows something.
It just makes you wonder, like, what?
He didn't even say that.
You know what I'm saying? First off, he ain't really say a whole lot of anything, but they be making up stuff. That's why, and shout out to the brother Blanche. He always like, black people be lying. You know what I'm
saying? They making up stuff.
Shout out to Blanche, man.
His real friend got mad. Went back, man. Yeah.
Just be
lying.
No,
they made a call. Wise. The boy said, supposedly, this is what the parents are saying. The boy said, I don't have the keys. He called another friend, and she said, oh, I left them up on the top of the dresser on top of your Xbox.
She knew where they were.
Where did he get to going down the street and we was walking? It was like, look, we know they know. I can't stand that man.
Come on, Mickey, you know how they do the story. They be like, let me tell you what happened. Because I was
what happened,
dog.
Here's what really happened.
All right, so boom.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what's really crazy? Is that you have people listening to these TikTok reporters. And I overheard someone the other day, and they were talking about this situation, and they were saying that some lady was talking to the ancestors, and she said the spirits told her that there is something nefarious going on. I said, you got to be kidding me.
The spirits said,
and Benjamin Crump reposted the crystal woman, the woman with the crystals, because she was the one that put that whole little theory out there with the picture, and then somebody else picked up on the story. And I'm telling you, Benjamin, I would expect it from the Peanut Gallery, okay? Because they just want to make content. That's fine. I don't expect that from Benjamin Crump. He's on his thing talking about the streets is talking. Child. All the way.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait, so now we're listening to people who are quote unquote talking to the ancestors and speaking to spirits? Like, that's what we doing now? Like, oh my goodness.
The ancestors don't like none of these people. I can tell you that right now.
I'll tell you right
now. Turn over their grave.
Go ahead, Spaces.
It's so many things we could all say about this, right? So, but limited time, got to cut it at some point. So, I guess I'll start with the whole idea of them hiring Ben Crump, right? So, we actually talked about this on my show yesterday, and one of my co-hosts, Jay Everyday, he said, some people use Ben Crump as an attorney because he's not a criminal attorney. Right. He is. I just looked it up 1 second. He's a civil rights and personal injury attorney. Which at that case, I'm like, okay, if you think ambulance chaser, cool. If y'all think he's the best option, cool. Me personally, I'll be looking at criminal charges. I wouldn't be looking at civil rights and personal injury issues, whatever the case. If that's what you think, if that's what y'all think is right, whatever. But Taslim Figueroa. Oh, I've seen her on far too many interviews, and it's every single time, loud and wrong.
Yeah, strong,
loud and wrong every time, and rude.
Very rude.
I watched her a few times on the Breakfast Club, and every single time she's just that person that tries to get people to believe that she's right because she's constantly being belligerent and just constantly interrupting and being rude and in this case with this video, disrespectful.
Yes.
It's like, you ask me a question, but I'm going to answer it how I want to answer it. That's how do you even have conversation like that?
You can't have conversations with people like that.
If I ask you how your car is driving, don't start telling me how your dog broke his leg. Like, I don't care. I mean, I'm not gonna say I don't care about that, but why can't people just have the conversation? I ask this all the time. Why can't people just have the conversation? Why can't you just answer his question? Because even with the Carmelo Anthony case, I was from the beginning, I was saying these are two 17-year-old boys. Look at it as two 17-year-old boys. Just look at it that way, because there's far too many people trying to make this into a race thing, which is always distracting, which causes a whole lot of misinformation and a whole lot of wrongful, unnecessary conversation to happen.
That's right. Yeah.
And people like Tez and Figueroa, I promise you, are the perfect example as to what I just made up, professional N-words. Because this behavior is ridiculous and unacceptable for the betterment of the conversation, right? So people like Tez and Figueroa are the reason why Carmelo Anthony thought he had a case.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And why he didn't take that plea deal when he had a chance.
That's right.
I'm saying it's like if he would have just did the plea deal, just went along, just pleaded guilty, whatever the case, don't try to fight against it from the start, you probably wouldn't have been in there for 35 years.
That's right.
I said it.
You know, so I'm just saying it. And then, you know, man, as far as them hiring, not hiring, I'm sorry, as far as Tyler Perry and Byron Allen, I'm iffy about that, right? I'm iffy about that because in one hand, it's like Tyler Perry is just paying for the funeral costs. Is that so bad? And then Byron Allen, he's did the 100,000 to the GoFundMe. Is that really so bad?
Yes
no,
and no.
It's not, it's bad when they don't do it for other people who are killed by other black people, clearly.
And Spaces, it's not bad, except they're raising hundreds of thousands of dollars for funeral expenses and things like that. So what is this? What's $100,000 for? Yeah. If Tyler's covering that, if Colin is covering the independent investigation, if Spike Lee is paying for something else, if all these other people are paying, why in the world do you still have a GoFundMe up?
It's to cover Ben Crump's fee.
There you go. There you go.
Well, and you know, to make sure that they can fatten the pockets of all these quote unquote independent investigators and all this other kind of stuff. They just put money in folks' pockets. But this is also another case against reparations. Don't tell me black folks ain't got no money when y'all think something happened that's quote unquote racist, and y'all can mess around and raise and GoFundMe $1 million. But you got young folks out here with business ideas that don't need but $10,000 or $15,000, and y'all ain't got nothing for them.
I'm saying the glaring elephant in the room, though, is that they don't do this for other black people that get killed by other black people. So shit big bang bang by other black people. And I mean, there's so many of them that it's ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. You wait for the special case where they start grandstanding. We got to stop letting them do that. You stop grandstanding. All these people out here that are losing their lives, and you haven't done a thing for them. You haven't done. Stop it. Just stop it.
Yes. Was there for the young lady that lost her life, you know, from her friends, you know, out there in Mexico, they got beat up? Did they raise $1 million for her?
They didn't raise.
No.
Stop the stupid. That's right. Didn't raise a thing.
Nope. Not even the lady that they keep bringing up, the black lady that was at the white friends'
sleepover
slumber party. Yeah. They didn't raise anything for her. They keep bringing her up, but you didn't raise anything to get an investigator or anything. You didn't do anything for that. And then they like to bring up what's the young lady's name? Kanika Jenkins.
Yeah.
You didn't do anything with that either. So it tells me that they only pay attention to what they're being
get
told.
them attention and publicity.
That's it.
No, they only pay attention to what they're being told to pay attention to, just like any other time. They only vote for who they're told to vote for. They only clap for who they're told to clap for, and they only give credence to you know, black people or black excellence when it's told that it's black excellence.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is once again Booker T. Washington.
There you go.
For the W once again.
Yep.
We got to keep saying this. We probably have spoken this quote on this channel more than a little bit. He's probably the most highly quoted person on this channel. But, you know, Booker T. Washington, he said it. There is another class of colored people who make a business of keeping the troubles, the wrongs, and the hardships of the Negro race before the public, having learned that they are able to make a living out of their troubles. They have grown into the settled habit of advertising their wrongs, partly because they want sympathy and partly because it pays. Some of these people do not want the Negro to lose his grievances because they do not want to lose their jobs.
Here you go.
Booker T. Washington for the W once again.
Always on top of it.
So you guys are saying that the issue with these financial contributions is in the fact that it's essentially racially motivated.
It is racially motivated because they only do it. Look, we had Caleb. They talk about, well, they doing all these think pieces of, you shouldn't have your kids around white people and so on and so forth. As we said, we have Kanika, we have Shanquella, we have Caleb, we have all these black people that are killed by that lost their lives at the hands of other black people. None of these people showed up. No GoFundMe. Their GoFundMes, as far as like Shanquella and investigations and all, they didn't do all that. So the only time they tap into the money, and I won't say everybody, because Tyler Perry has paid for funerals here in Atlanta for the black children who lost their lives at the hands of other black children. Not all, but he has done for some. But when you see they're only motivated spaces to either give money, check the GoFundMes of Carmelo, check this GoFundMe. There are other black people who, I forgot, there was a case. Oh my gosh, I'll try and find it, where there was a black child that lost their life to another black child, and they had up a GoFundMe, and it didn't even make $1,000. It didn't even make $1,000. And I have to find it back because I had that in here, and I was just like, how is it that y'all can raise money like crazy if there's a quote unquote race white element, but when it's black on black, y'all don't care. Y'all not even putting
that was and dare they not say
clarify that,
and dare they not say if you go out with so you go out with white kids and you don't come back, this is why you shouldn't do it. So you guys are telling me that I should never go anywhere with a bunch of black women because I'm more than likely to get beaten in a room and left there.
Exactly.
So the point is that they're selective. They're racially white selective. It's very selectivity. They don't do this all the time when they should. It's not a consistent thing with them, and that's the problem. And it should be put in their face, kept in their faces.
Absolutely. Celeste, we'll give you the last word on this, and we're gonna keep it moving.
Well, I think you got to look at the anatomy of the grift, because the grift has two parts. So the first part, as Wise you just pointed to, was spoken to by Booker T. Washington, and expertly, we might add, managed by Ben Crump. Ben Crump does not sue people, he sues municipalities. Right. What he is looking for is someone in an official capacity to have made any mistake at all for which the state or the local government is liable, because that's where the money is. And Ben brings down the money. You don't get him. He doesn't go anywhere where he knows there's not a boatload of money that he's going to be able to get. To Teslin Figueroa, just want to help her when she said, how did we know that he was in the water? We know he was in the water because that's what he came out of. So it's very clear.
No.
This is not a mystery about how did we know he got in the water.
They literally said his body washed up on the shore.
That's right, because it came out of the water. So it had to go in. That's just, you so busy and so angry and so bulldoggy, ready to fight. I mean, you're making stupid mistakes that you don't have to make. So the first part of the anatomy of the grift is the money. It's those people who can see that if we can, it doesn't have to be real. We saw Al Sharpton came to national attention on a race hoax called Tawana Brawley.
That's right.
All right, so it doesn't have to be real, but if they can create the perception long enough that they can put pressure on these municipalities, oftentimes Crump and those folk get their money before any trial ever comes through or any investigation is ever done. They get the city to settle. They don't care what happens. Often that's the ideal situation for him is he's going to go in and go, you need to settle with us now because we got a bunch of people standing outside ready to burn this city down. And if they don't, if we can't walk out there and tell them something, good luck to all of y'all. Make sure nobody all vacations are canceled.
That's that Jesse Jackson civil rights playbook.
Yes, it's the same. So that's the first part. The second part is this. and this is the sad part, it is a manipulation of the inferiority of who I believe of liberal Black people. I think this is what this does. They are so desirous to have a reason to justify their failures. And these are sometimes very accomplished people, but in their mind, they feel failure in comparison to whites. And they need a reason to satisfy that. So they roam the earth, like God talk about demons, roam the earth looking for places and spaces where they can say, see, and that's why we're not doing well. See, that's why we're not doing well, which is why there's always a rush to racial judgment. Because if it is, this is why you will always have the Jussie Smolletts. This is why nobody is ever telling Al Sharpton. In fact, he failed up. They rewarded Al Sharpton for his race grift.
Right.
They rewarded him for it.
Every
This
time.
is why there'll be more of those people who will try to what's his name? LeBron James and hung nooses and wrote racial epithets on his garage, but somehow painted over by the time the police got there. It's always some reason to say, see how attacked I'm being, see how they don't like me. And it's a projection. It is not that you don't it's that they don't like you, and some of them may not, but it's that you don't like yourself. And what you think about yourself is what you are projecting often onto these other people. The reason you want so badly for one of these white friends to have done something sinister to Nolan is to hide the unalivings that you are doing every summer weekend to each other, and you're ashamed and embarrassed, and you want this national spotlight on this so that the light is taken off you. This is the type of projection and inferiority that we are dealing with. And the people like the Als and the Ben Crump know this. And that's why they create these movie theater events for these people so that they can have a moment of relief where they can have some relief from their self-hate and say, see, no, that's them who hate me, not me who hates myself. And they create that, and who benefits from this is and we see this, if they can gin this up once again right before the midterms, I'm telling you, they need an event. Go back, what was it, 2018, to when the Democrats were reduced. They didn't have any event. They had to send bombs that would not detonate to them.
Yes.
So we don't know if they can't get this going. I don't know what they'll do. They'll be parachuting. I don't know what they're gonna do.
It's not gonna work.
Every midterm, they have to have an event. So
they're gonna milk it. Yeah.
Yep. This is
they're attempting to milk it, but when the investigation is complete and it comes out that this young man, was intoxicated and either fell off the boat or got hit by a rotor or something, on the boat, and they find out that there was nothing nefarious. This was an accidental drowning that happens every year, multiple times a year, when you got young people, boats, and water. We talked about it last week, late in the year, and it happens, and alcohol, and intoxication, alcohol, drugs, and all those things that go along with young people, boats, and water. And then you throw in the drugs, and they've already been discussed that there's drugs involved and there's alcohol involved at these parties. When it comes out, and they will move on to whatever the next thing is that they can hang their hat on and grift, for the grifters to, get their likes, clicks, and bottles. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody's getting their money back.
I want to say to the chat, if you want to know what I'm doing in the face of all of this, I'm going to see if there's a line dance to that M.I. crooked letter I. I will video myself doing it. And you will this is how I'm handling it, okay? I'm going to make sure I'm on top of the spelling of Mississippi.
I want him to tell me which crooked letter he's talking about.
I just was, I just look at one thing. Anybody who thinks critically, right? They get accused of either not caring about, the parents, just like that, Teslin did to that man that was talking. And she tried to demean him by saying, "Are you a parent?" Well, since when does being having to be adjacent to something ever matter to them, right? Because just because you're not a parent, don't she said, well, you don't have empathy for it, because that's the meaning of empathy. I am not the same, so I have empathy. Sympathy is when it's the same.
Mm-hmm.
So I they use words that they don't understand. They say things to make other people feel bad about asking plausible questions that can help, and questions that come out of their mouths. Like the mother said questionable things. So even the liberal reporters kind of had to push back on it. Well, how do you know that's his voice? Like, how are you knowing this? How do you know that things are deleted? These are just, regular everyday questions that somebody that, has some type of brain would ask. But when you ask these things, you are, well, you don't care about the parents and you don't care about their feelings. No, I absolutely do. That's why I want to get down to what actually happened. But they don't allow that to happen by saying things are racist, by saying these are white supremacist talking points. And then you get so fed up that you just, you put your hands up and say, forget about it. And they are allowed to keep on doing this. So it's just like Minister Danzel said, you have to stop allowing this. And that's why, at least on my channel, when those type of people come up, I say, okay, I'm all of that. What did I say wrong though? What did I absolutely say wrong? You don't ever want to talk, I don't argue their point.
They can't
I
refute it.
never argue that point.
Thank you.
Amen. And it's interesting. I don't see them rushing out to places like what happened yesterday in East St. Louis, Illinois. Entire family was unalived by 2 Black teenagers. But they ain't got nothing to say. I don't see them saying, let's go cover their funeral cross.
Yeah, crickets.
That doesn't fit the narrative.
Well, they won't make them any money.
No.
But, hey, let's read some super chats and we're going to keep it moving. Shout out to Steven. We got a lot to get through, so give me a second to do that. Steven coming through, $2 super chat says, Chris Rock, how not to get beat up by the police. Yeah, that was a good skit right there. Steve Edmister, $2 super chat says, remember Jesus called us sheep. Yeah. Shout out to Chavis Greenert, $5 super chat says, Al Sharpton and Ben Crump shaking my head. Might as well get Dr. Bryant, Jamal, not the fake degree one, to assemble the Boule Avengers.
Throw Dr. Richie in there too.
Oh yeah, you can throw. He's the fake one too. I thought that, hey. Shout out to Monica Bills coming through, $5 super chat said he used the song and still missed a whole syllable. Shaking my head. Shout out to M. Wilker coming through, $10 super chat says in the South we spelled Mississippi as M-I, crooked letter I, humpback I.
He didn't mention the humpback.
My daddy taught me that early, and he was from the hills of Virginia. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Appreciate that. Shout out to It's Big Bear, $5 super chat says, FYI, if there was a Christian Twitter X, please check your emails. Would be trending. Love the stream, fam. Keep speaking truth. Man. Appreciate that. Yeah. Shout out to Jeff coming through. It's not your fault. Al-Anon Recovery Channel, $11 super chat says, and we don't know it wasn't a shark attack either, or an alien abduction gone wrong, or Jack the Ripper. Al Sharpton, go take your Ozempic and shut up. Shout out to Karen Elliott, $2 super chat says, how much would they raise if it was a scholarship?
Zero.
Exactly. Ooh. Uncle Darnell, $5 super chat. Proverbs 12:10. A righteous man knows the value of the life of his animal, but even the compassion of the wicked is cruel. Uncle Darnell always coming through with that scripture. I love it. Shout out to Cap America, $10 super chat says, I keep getting more and more daily confirmation that since She-Hulk season 2 got canceled, these independent, entitled, selfish, liberal women feel it's their right to make season 2 in real life. Goodness gracious.
She-Hulk.
Shout out to LJ coming through. Been a member for 13 months. Shout out to my sister LJ. Says these people are sick. This race mess is about to come to a tragic conclusion. People are exhausted with this race hustling. Oh yeah, I'm exhausted with it, to be honest with you. Shout out to Captain Caveman, Crystal's Caveman in the building. $5 super chat says, good morning, panel. Entered late, pay Celeste. I'm poor. Of course, I believe that young man was hanging out with hateful people comfortably. Yeah. Shout out to Captain Caveman coming through. $5 super chat says, what about the black terrorist that sprayed that the young lady in her car in Florida? Ben Crump need to be there getting an independent investigation.
Silence. Don't talk about that.
Yeah,
Come on,
you can't say nothing about that.
Shout
out to Captain Caveman. $5 super chat says black community, black committing these acts against other blacks are racist. I call them terrorists. Shaking my head. Sorry for the spelling. Only way to get through super chats. All good. Shout out to Deb Rock. Race hustlers have undone all the work of Frederick Douglass, Booker T, and MLK. It's all Obama's fault. Honestly, I'm gonna take MLK off of that list. I don't think you should put MLK in the same sentence as Frederick Douglass and Booker T. Washington. No, sir. But
you know, and they don't like Malcolm at all. You notice
no, they don't like Malcolm. I would throw Malcolm in there over MLK, to be honest with you. Seriously. Absolutely. Shout out to Jeff. It's not your fault. Al-Anon Recovery Channel, $11 super chat says, here are all the facts of the case as of today. Nolan Wells is deceased. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
Very true.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, hey, shout out, you know, as per the crystals and soothsayers on daggone TikTok, you know, they talking to the ancestors and
I blame that on Montel Williams.
You know, I just don't understand what's going on with these folks, man, with this, you know, with this witchcraft stuff that's going on these days, man.
Montel had Sylvia Brown on for a whole decade.
No, but I'm saying I blame it now on Miss Candace Owens and bringing on that witch on her show, talking about we both dreamt Charlie and Charlie came and spoke to us. Both of them said it. It was like, okay. I'm just saying.
Well, let me
There's
say
a number of them out there talking that
Willie D was briefed. Okay, it's a man named Jax. That's his middle name. He was briefed.
Now we got to blame this on Cleo. Now, Sister Cleo.
That's right. This Cleo. That's right.
She started that mess.
Shout out to Eric Plummer, Baltimore in the building. Hey, Eric, get your folks over at that Jersey Mike's, man. Get your people over there, bro. Shout out to him with the $2 super chat. Says, Crystal, were you in a Neo video? No.
You will never know. I'm never going to tell y'all. Y'all are never going to find these things.
I think somebody.
Shout out to Miss Tate coming through. $2 super chat says, Willie D twisted into a pretzel pushing conspiracy. Yeah, that's pretty much all he does. Shout out to Uncle Darnell coming through. $20 super chat says, Proverb says, one who gives an answer before he hears, it is foolishness and shame to him. Crystal definitely quoted that. Yep. James chapter 1:19. You know this, my beloved brothers and sisters. Now everyone must be quick to hear, slow to speak, and slow to anger. These people definitely need to hear that, James, man. They need the entire book of James thrown at them. Seriously.
Yes.
Seriously. Shout out. I'm there with you, you know, but hey, we spoon feed them. You know, they ain't gonna read too much. So let's give them that short book of James. It covers a lot.
Proverbs. You want a book, get Proverbs.
Well, Proverbs too. Absolutely. Shout out to Captain Caveman coming through. $2 super chat. Bushwick Bill business partner.
That's correct. Yes. Hold on.
Shout out to Karen Elliott coming through. $5 super chat says in real life investigations take lingering than a 1 hour True Crime podcast or episode of CSI Miami. People don't know it can take 6 weeks for a DNA test. You know, everybody's looking for these answers. You know these expedited answers, but
they talk about the family. TikTok. And they're like, well, the father went out there on Sunday. Well, if he drowned, buoyancy would say that's why he popped up the next day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't have saw him unless he's going swimming and deep diving. Like, I don't understand that.
That's because everybody, I'm gonna tell you right now, everybody's name is Sherlock Holmes or they got a part in CSI or NCIS or one of these shows, because I promise you, they know everything and they expect it to be wrapped up. Because I heard the parents saying, we haven't heard anything from the investigators yet. It just started. What do you want?
But they know that. They know that. And then for the regular public, it's too much Law and Order SBU.
Exactly.
They heard from Johnny Cochran, y'all. They heard from Johnny Cochran. They conjured him up. They did that. They conjured up Johnny Cochran, got some answers.
If the boat don't fit, you must have quit.
Y'all terrible, man. Y'all terrible. Shout out to Jeff. It's not your fault. Allen Recovery Channel, $11 super chat. So let's try this. Find a video of when Al, not so Sharpton, held a presser protesting the unaliving of a young black man at the hands of another young black man. Good luck with that.
Good luck with that.
You won't find it. Shout out to Smetty coming through. $5 super chat says, this screams, I'm really not broke while crying. I'm broke. Let that young man rest in peace.
That part. Because everybody seems to find money when they need to find money in this broken economy that we all live in. Apparently.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying. Shout out to Captain Caveman. $5 super chat says, I'm more concerned with grace, not race. I guess that makes me a messy Graces. Hi, me. He asked for it, so we're gonna give him a little bit of shine today. QS Food Review says, man, we are lost if this panel's the future of black folks. Prepare for extinction. I really find that weird that you can watch all of these crazy videos on TikTok, you can see all of this foolishness, and you are saying that we would be the cause of the extinction. Are you serious?
Please join us Thursday. Please.
You're more than welcome to pull up. We do a call-in show on Thursdays. You're more than welcome to pull up.
Explain yourself.
Here we go, Minister.
Explain yourself.
Here we go. Everyone that is watching the show and watching the replay, this is what you call the problem. Right here. That statement. This is the destruction of the black community right here. That statement. I want y'all to read it and embrace it, because common sense black people, we're the problem, not the people that is destroying the black community along with the race grifters.
And not only destroying it, but actually highlighting it, you know, and showcasing it on a day-to-day basis.
Well, I will say this. We are preparing for extinction. We are aware of that. But the threat to the black community in an existential sense is that program that was instituted in 1973 and this pew pewing all summer weekends. If we have a fighting chance if we got a handle on both those things. So thank you for pointing that out. You are
You're
right.
definitely not going to get a handle on that program, because that program suggests that the 13% will probably be 4 in the next 10 or so years.
Yeah, and then Juneteenth weekend, 13 in Chicago, where I'm from.
Yeah,
13 people shot.
Well,
And
that was just Chicago. That didn't include Memphis. That didn't include
Atlanta.
Atlanta. It didn't include Baltimore, DC. It didn't include. I mean, that number is probably, if you look at it across the country, that number is probably over 100.
Yeah.
2 gunmen, 113 rounds shot.
Yeah.
But Q Food, you are more than welcome to come up here.
Please,
we would love to have a
please join
conversation
us.
with you on Thursday.
Yeah, please. Thursday.
Explain yourself. Please explain yourself. I got to hear your wisdom. Got to hear that wisdom.
You know what wisdom is? That's the wisdom that's associated with the Hebrew Israelites. That's that same wisdom.
Shout out to go ahead, Celeste. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say I got a bullhorn, you know. Hey. If that's what we doing, then let's
We can go for it. Shout out to Sarah Marissa Davis joining the ARP family. Appreciate you, sister. Thank you very much. We appreciate the support. Shout out to Chavis Greener coming through. $2 super chat says, I'm surprised LaJoy James, aka LeBron Reed, is quiet. Hey, he's focusing on getting that last contract, that last NBA contract. He ain't worried about y'all.
No.
He is not worried about what's going on in the hood. He focused on getting that last bag.
He's talking about the lady that already have all the rings.
He's talking about Joyless. Well, she also focused on her next Donald Trump wig. You know what I'm saying? So she ain't got time for this. I saw
LeBron at Jay-Z's. Jay-Z had a party or something recently. He was out there.
Yeah.
Him and Brooklyn Hakeem.
Him and Timu Obama.
Timu Obama.
Shout out to Captain Caveman. $5 super chat says Milk Dud Crump and Albert And Albert Ozempic Sharpton, steady on the case of opportunity. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I had some milk, dude.
Thank you, Jeff, coming through. It's not your fault. Alan, Recovery Channel, $11 super chat says, Crystal, it's because not all Black lives matter unless they can raise cash and glory from it. They don't care. No, you're right.
I like that. That's true.
And Jeff, once again, it's not your fault. Alan, Recovery Channel, $11 super chat says, remember the press conference Al Sharpton had apologizing about Tawana Brawley? Yeah.
Oh, he actually apologized?
Me either. No.
Okay.
No, in New York media never made him.
And they never forced him to apologize.
Never did.
Not one person.
Wash away.
And as many cameras have been in his face, not one time did they ever say, "Hey, you know you were wrong about this, the Tawana Brawley." Nope. Shout out to Captain Caveman, $5 super chat says, message they're sending, if you're a victim by one person, you get a check. But if you are a Black person, you get a bill.
No, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah. Shout out to Spaces, $5 super chat says, I hope Mika has stock in whatever company that owns C4 because she's sipping on one every time she's on the stream.
Yeah, I gotta find out that one, but I do have stock in the Celsius one. Okay. I gotta get on C4. You're right.
Yeah, if you're gonna drink it, you better get on it.
Might as well. You give them free promotion. Free promo. Shout out to Captain Caveman, $2 super chat says, if Trump wasn't president, this would have never happened.
That is so true.
Yeah, you got to blame him. He got to be in there somewhere.
It's Trump's fault, huh? It's Trump's fault.
That sounds like Randy
It's
Johnson.
his fault. That's right. That's what the problem is.
Because we could have had Kamala, but y'all wanted Trump.
Wearing Black people to water. That's what it is.
Shout out to Diamond Dave coming through with the $5 super chat says, y'all been dropping good points, but did you guys check your emails?
I told you we standing guard. We
After the show. After the show.
Oh Lord.
Appreciate you, Diamond Dave. Hey, Spaces, is Diamond Dave on the show on the Noki with you?
He's in the chat.
Oh, he's in the chat. Oh, I thought he was one of the folks on the show.
Oh, one of the panelists? No.
Yeah, okay. Shout out to Travis coming through with the $2 super chat says, Crystal is a queen, had to sub. All right now, Travis. Be on the lookout for ARP finds love. No, what we call it? Righteous.
You can't find nobody. I don't know.
What was the name? What was the name?
Righteous Connection, she said.
Righteous Connections. Is that what it was?
Yeah, yeah.
Be on the lookout.
They all in this chat, child.
Be on the lookout. We got like 3 ladies in here that they trying to find a husband.
Yes. Deb Longo.
Wow.
She put everybody's name that wants to be on.
That wants to be on it at a point in time. I don't know how we gonna do this. I don't know how we gonna do this, but I guess
if tonight's conversation can do it, wise you can do it.
Yeah.
The stupidity that be over there.
Oh Lord, yeah. Shout out to Captain Caveman, $5 super chat says QS Food Review sent that comment with the bathtub collard greens plate pic. Oh man.
I thought it was just me that noticed that. I looked at it. I said I ain't gonna say nothing.
Oh man.
Thank you, Captain.
The bathtub collard greens. Oh man.
I love it. Welcome to the messy crew.
Wow.
Oh man, the bathtub collard greens. Come on. See, hey, you gonna have an old boy wanting to fight up in here, man. Come on, man. We peaceful over here. We peaceful. I come in peace. I don't want no smoke, man. You see me out in town, just keep it moving. I don't want no smoke. Oh man, that's crazy. That is crazy. The bathtub collard greens. But Captain Caveman, he can hold his own, man. He one of the New Yorkers that they don't lift weights, they just do pull-ups and dips, at the park.
With Timberlands on.
Yeah,
with Timbs and sweatpants,
jean shorts.
That's right.
Jean shorts and the beater.
Timbs with the tongue flipped down and the white. He got 3 pair of white socks on, scrunched down.
They always the long socks.
Woo.
He's like, I don't lift, man, but I can do the heck out some pull-ups. You know what I'm saying? They doing pull-ups on daggone light post out there, man.
Just out of nowhere.
Body weight is the best
No, that is the best workouts though. No, you're right.
It
You're
is.
right.
That's why I said you got to have Tim's on, because that's extra weight.
That's extra weight.
That's that extra weight. You know them things 25 pounds. You know what I'm
You
saying?
know it is. You got to be able to pick up your feet.
Yeah, you
You can't drag. in
Seriously, you can't drag your feet in them Timbs now.
Right.
Look at Captain K, man. He like fat.
Wow.
Oh man, I don't want to spend too much time on this last clip, but I do want to get into it. There is a man out of Brooklyn, and he's talking about the minimum wage situation. You know, they're trying to raise the minimum wage. You know, pretty much in all of these liberal strongholds. So I want to play this clip for you guys, and Celeste, I do ask that you be quick and hurry. Okay, I'm not even gonna say be quick, don't hurry. Just be quick and hurry. I just want to put that out there early. You know what I'm saying? I won't spend too much time on this, so I do want to get us out of here. But I do want to play this clip.
What do you got to say to people that say that we need to pay livable wages to teenagers being cashiers at Burger King and Hooters?
Well, they live in their mom's basement. What livable wage? You know, I always love people that never owned a business, never took a risk, want to tell us what to pay people. You know who dictates what people get paid? It's very simple, Ronnie. It's the market. Market dictates everything, right? Remember we used to have toll collectors on the thruway and they formed a union. And then next thing you know, these guys wanted 401k benefits. They wanted health care. They wanted a livable wage of, $150,000 a year to sit in a booth and collect money, which in restaurants, like Hooters just closed, for example, right? What happened? Because these business models don't work anymore because they started increasing minimum wage. For me, I wish minimum wage was $25, $30 an hour. Why? Because then I can charge more money for pizza. And in turn, I make more money. At the end of the day, my type of business, restaurants work on 10, 15, 20% profit. If you're not making that kind of money, you're going to go out of business. And that's what happened to Hooters. They had a business model where people were getting paid a certain number. And if they don't reach those numbers anymore, the business model doesn't work anymore. That's why when you go into Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, you're paying $10 for a cup of coffee because it's all simple math. So anyone who comments and says, we don't pay enough, what do we do here at Paisans, Ronnie? You started as a driver, then you worked as a counter guy, then you went to manager, and now you're managing partner. That's how it works. Entry-level jobs for teenagers. I used to work a paper route back in the day, making $2 a day. You know, you come in here, you start at the bottom, whether it's washing dishes, answering phones, working the counter, and you start at, say, $15 an hour. If you show up every day, you have great work ethic, you learn a skill, you get better, you show me you get better, you work the hours, you want to stay in this industry, you work your way up, right? You go from a dishwasher to a manager or an assistant manager, and then you go into a manager, then you go into a general manager, then you say, hey, I'm going to open my own pizzeria, or maybe open my own franchise or Paisans, or whatever the case may be. That's how it works. These people think people at McDonald's cashier jobs are not meant to feed 5 kids, feed a family. It's meant for you to have a job while you're in school, in college. You're working your way up. You're trying to better yourself. That's what a lot of these entry jobs are. It's kind of changed. You know, all these people are getting replaced by AI, right? Phone calls now. A lot of pizzerias and restaurants, you get AI. Or you go, nobody even picks up anymore. It goes straight to online ordering. And that's what's happening. The business models are changing. Cashiers are being replaced by kiosks. Toll collectors got abolished. They're gone. They don't even have that anymore. So technology comes in, new technology creates new jobs, and the old ones fall wayside. And that's how it is. But all these people that want to chirp that I should pay this and you should pay this, open up your own business. At the end of the day, it's simple math. If you could pay somebody $100,000 a year and still make a profit, then you got a good business model. I wish I could pay guys $100,000, $200,000 every single employee. I'd open up 4,000 stores because everybody would want to work for me. But the business model wouldn't work because then people would have to pay $100 for a slice of pizza. It's simple math, guys. Don't be a stu-nod. Have a blessed weekend.
Stu-nod.
Thank you.
That was phenomenal, man. phenomenal breakdown, and people need to see this. They need to understand this. I think you got a lot of young people that think that they should have more than what they're worth. When I was coming up, and I'm sure you guys can attest to this, Minister Danzel, he was working before minimum wage was a thing, but for those of us that, work the minimum wage job, $4.25, and then you're paying union fees, on top of that, and there's taxes, and it was never meant for you to take care of a family of 4, 5, or 6. And it wasn't meant for this to be your forever career either. And that's why a lot of these companies are being forced to go towards AI. They're being forced to go towards these kiosks. They're being forced to do these things because you have entitled people that think that they should make $30 an hour to push a button to brew your coffee and then serve it to you and get your name wrong. It's ridiculous. Celeste, I'll give you the first word on this because I know this is right up your alley, and you wrote a book about silly stuff like this.
And because I'll be quick, I will say this: it is the entry to socialism when the government is price fixing. And whenever you're talking about minimum wage and you're changing the relationship between the employer and the employee. So the employer used to say, here's what I'd like done. And the employee could say, okay, this is what I'm willing to do. And this is how much you'll pay me. And that was what they called a contract. That was two people could enter into a contract because they could make a free agreement. This has destroyed that. What we have done when we impose things like minimum wage is we destroy the ability for two people to freely go into a contract because the employer can't say this is what I'm willing to pay, and the employee can't say this is what I'm willing to do for what you're willing to pay. Now the government has entered as a third party into this relationship and has distorted the relationship and has fixed the price. And so when the third party fixes the price, now the employer has to say, well, I got to create enough stuff for you to do to make it worth that price. And now the employee has to say, well, if I'm going to make this much, then these are the things that I'm going to need to be able to make this much. And most of those employees aren't worth it, to your point, Wise, which is why you go into these drive-through windows and other places, you see full-grown adults, not 22-year-olds, 42-year-olds in the window, and they are trying to raise families and things on these prices because they have price fixed and distorted. Their price fixing has distorted the price beyond the market. And what that can only lead to, and all it's ever lead to, is eventually, especially for the moms and pops, is closing. These places are going to close, and you are going to have particularly cities where they have over-focus, Seattle, Washington, New York, where they have these extremely high minimum wage rates. They're going to have very low rates of hospitality. And they really are turning these cities into wastelands. So I guess we'll end where we'll start, which is the young lady who said she was leaving California. That is what these places are going to become. They used to be places of great attraction, great culture, great dining. That is all over. We are witnessing the end of urbanization. They're wastelands to come. It'll just be gangs of New York from here on out.
No, Celeste, you're absolutely right. And I don't think people understand that the expedited push on AI is not because the companies just wanted to, push this AI. We knew it was coming. And if I've worked in tech for a long time, so you knew it was coming, but they've expedited it because of all of these entitled people who thought and think that they deserve more than what they're actually worth. So the company said, you know what? We're going to solve this. We're willing to invest. So people don't understand it. You got other companies out there that have been investing a lot of money in this new technology to replace these entitled, worthless workers. Let's just keep it a buck. And everybody knows, or maybe you don't, but The number one expense for every company out there is their labor force.
Labor.
If you don't know that, now you know. But it is the number one, it is the largest item on the P&L sheet, your profit and loss for every company out there is the labor. And when they're being forced in places like Seattle to pay baristas $30 an hour, they're being forced in places like LA to pay pizza delivery drivers $25 and $30 an hour. Of course, they're going to say, you know what, we can't do this.
The high turnover.
Exactly. We can't do this. We can't afford to do this because no one is in business not to turn a profit. They're just not. So they say, you know what, the way we do this, the way we're going to turn a profit, you know what, I am actually willing to invest $500,000 into this AI robot that will bring out your food for you. I'm willing to do that because they can look at it over the better part of 10 years and they can say, you know what, we're actually going to save money and less headaches. And less workers' comp claims, less people calling in or calling out, less people, demanding, all these extravagant benefits. The robot don't ask for benefits. They don't need them. You know what I'm saying? So they don't understand that they ask their way out of a job. That's what happened.
There you go. So you won't have a job.
And they're going to say it's too much. It's the fault of capitalism. So you rather go pay for the robot instead of paying a right wage to people. But what's a right wage? Because they asked for what, $17, $20, right? But then they say they can't take care of a family on $20. So where are you going with this wage? It's just always more and more and more and more, right? So the employers are like, okay, it's never going to stop because it was here, there, and now it's up here. And it's just like for all of that, I might as well get the robot. Actually, the first time I saw the autonomous stuff in a fast food place was LA. Like I saw the Chick-fil-A in LA and it had maybe 2 employees. One was in the back and then one was in the front where they had the one cash register. Everybody else, had to go to the little thing. So, LA, likes to act as if it's, progressive and all of this other stuff, but they're very much so capitalist because especially with the bigger corporations. And so is the rest of the West Coast corporations like Starbucks. They're down in Tennessee now. So, I mean, everybody's in this to make money. And that's why a lot of these people that are leftists, they're pushing so hard for the commie stuff because they see where it's going. They're not that dumb and they dumb, but they're not that dumb. They see where it's going. But they don't want to do the work to be entrepreneurs or study up on AI to see where you can get in innovation. They just want to complain. But if you in commie land, then you don't have to worry about this person making more than you and this person makes more than you because everybody's eating out the garbage can at that point.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there.
That video was an excellent intellectual antidote for the stupid bleeding heart liberals. I should say stupidly bleeding heart woke liberals who are demanding $30 and $20 minimum wage. They are just talking their own people out of a job because people that have business ain't gonna stand for it. It's just stupid, and it's good to hear somebody put some intelligence to the stupid comments and the stupid perspectives these people have.
Well, you know what though, I was doing a study because I was looking at some things, and right now in the United States of America, there's over 7 million open positions right now.
Woo!
Over 7 million across the country. Obviously, there's more open opportunities in other places, in some places than others. But it's not a situation where there's no work out there. But and I gotta say this, Obama did say this, back in, I want to say it was during the second administration. He was like, hey, America has a need for highly skilled talent. But for whatever reason, that hasn't been a focus. So people, they want more for less, but there are a plethora of opportunities, but they require highly skilled, specialized individuals to take these positions that actually do pay very well. To be honest with you, as someone that worked in the tech world for a very long time, you know how many positions that would pay $150,000, $200,000 that would go unfilled? Not because, there wasn't workers. It's just you couldn't find skilled enough people to do the jobs.
Amen.
You know, and sometimes, you know, I've interviewed people out of college and they were not prepared for these positions because unfortunately a lot of these colleges aren't training the people, you know, to be able to do the jobs that are actually in demand. I used to be on a committee way back when at a couple of colleges out there in the DMV area, and it would sit with the people that actually create these course curriculums, right? And I remember sitting down and they're talking to us about the curriculum that they're developing. And I had to raise my hand and say, y'all 5 years behind, y'all are teaching things that the workforce doesn't need anymore. These are the skill sets that are needed. And I was told by more than one president that we can't move that fast. We can't implement what's new and needed right now. That's why you have the Google academies. That's why you have Amazon that created their own academy, because they're like, the colleges can't keep up with the demand. They can't keep up. So you know what?
The F1B visa.
And well, that too. And we'll just, you know, create our own academies and we'll create our own certifications.
Do you think
and you can come here.
that they, because you said you've been on those things. So do you think that's done on purpose? Because I don't see why they couldn't. Because the tech colleges do it, you know, like the colleges that they like to make fun of, you know, here in Maryland. You remember Lincoln Tech and all that stuff. Yeah. But I guarantee you, all those graduates are having, you know, luck with electricians, plumbers, things like that. If they can keep up those demands in those fields and teach them in this little bit of time frame and create curriculums and courses for them, why can't major institutions that get funding from everybody everywhere, why can't they do it?
They don't want to. That funding came from somebody's getting paid.
You go, Minister Danzel.
If you solve the problem, there's no more money flow.
Well, also the bureaucracy and red tape at your larger four-year institutions is ridiculous. Yeah, I would tell people all the time when I would do mentoring and things of that nature, especially of young people, and they're trying to figure out, okay, I want to get into tech. What's the best route for me to go? I would tell them all the time, go the 2-year route and then get a certification. Because the 2 years are a lot more flexible, and to be honest with you, they're actually more up to date in what's in demand from these companies, because they can be a little more nimble.
That's right.
Because they don't have as much red tape as the larger institutions. I mean, it's a set, and they don't charge it. So think about this.
Right.
It doesn't cost as much. I know in Maryland, I know in almost every community college in Maryland, you can get your 2-year degree or associates for about 12 to 13 grand.
Yeah, it's really cheap.
It's very, very affordable. Very, very affordable. And for the most part, if you come from a disadvantaged situation, you can actually gain, you pretty much pay nothing because your Pell Grant's going to pay the majority of it. If you do have to have any form of, quote unquote loan, it's very, very minimal. And then from there, you get a certification and you're off to the races from that point on. My homework is right now, no degree, just certifications, and he's $150 plus, you know what I'm saying? But he went the cert route opposed to these 4-year institutions that, they're typically 5 years or so, or some cases more behind.
Yep. They got they have the I know it. I used to tell people that wanted to get into things with buildings and properties and things like that. I'm like, they have certain certifications to be property managers at these community colleges. When it comes to HR, they have those certifications, right? And you can get in, because I know a lot of women, they don't want to do nothing but push paper anyway. They don't want to, do nothing strenuous. So you have all of those at the community college where you don't have to deal with all that debt, but it's not about the actual career. They want that look of that. I'm so educated and I go to this big old grandiose college that I can barely keep up with the curriculum, even if the curriculum has been slighted to, for me to succeed. They don't really care about the curriculum. They care about how it looks. So community college has been,
stigmatized,
stigmatized
and looked down upon.
Right. To where it doesn't, if you tell people, oh, my child is at the community college, they're like, oh, well, they couldn't get into the bigger college. And it's just like, that's not the case, because I can tell you right now, all the foreigners send their children to the community college, which is why it's filled with them.
That's right. Because they understand the game. But go ahead, Crystal.
Yeah.
So
They want you to own nothing and be happy. And there's only one way to do that is to continue to dumb down the society. And so they continue to push things because when you go into some of these other foreign countries, they're teaching their children everything that America is not teaching their children. Their children they're up, and I'm talking about like kindergarten, first grade, second grade, what we would consider that here in America. These kids are learning AI, they're learning machine language, they're learning all of these things at young ages, while American children are trying to figure out how to become the next TikTok influencer. That's their focus. So when you go to colleges, these people want to make a livable wage after they graduate from college, but they're graduating with degrees like, let's see, I made a list of degrees: the DEI degrees, the alphabet community degree. I didn't even know they ever had a degree for alphabet community, but they have a whole degree for alphabet community studies.
Absolutely.
They have a degree for bacon. What was it called? Bacon studies. The science of bacon. They have a degree
knitting
for that. Okay.
Outside of culinary?
Yes, outside of culinary. Yeah. Listen, I'm telling you, these degrees are. I remember when I was in college,
toe massage.
I was in college, and I remember a lot of the athletes, the athletes that were in the school, and they wanted to take. Back then, it was communications because that was supposed to be the easy degree. You get your communications degree, you're good, and you can go about your business. But nowadays, they have a lot of feeling degrees. Everybody wants to feel something. So the degrees about feeling. And then when they leave college, they come out and they're like, well, I got my master's in, basket weaving. I should at least be making
underwater.
figures. Exactly. Underwater basket weaving. And then they're upset that they can't find a job. So they end up working at Walmart. They get their PhD in understanding the science of bacon, and they don't understand why they're not making
come on
figures, and they end up working at like Walmart, and they're upset, and you're just like, what did you think you were going to gain from this?
Could have just went to Stratford.
I love to say, I said this the other day on a video. I said Satan and his minions has like the best marketing team ever. Like their marketing team is outstanding because what a way that seems right to a man will lead to death. And when I say lead to death, that's death generationally, that's death financially, that's death spiritually, all the way across the board. And the reason why I'm saying that is they made it so here people, they don't care about the basics. They don't care about building a business and generational wealth and legacy. They care about status. They care about what does it look like on the outside? What does the packaging look like? So I can go into a room and say, listen, I got my master's at Harvard. Really? What did you get it in? Underwater basket weaving, but I got my master's. That's what they care about. They want to be able to say that because it's a status thing. It's not actually, there is no depth to these people.
Nope.
So now business owners, and only in this world, in where we live, will people say, will the poor people tell the rich people what they should do with their money? Will employees tell employers what they're supposed to do with their money? It's only in this backwards world. In reality, you should not be, you again, this is something my parents taught me when I was a little girl. Beggars can't be choosers. You can't be out here telling people what they're supposed to be doing with their stuff. This is their stuff. You are begging for a position, especially with your underwater basket weaving or your alphabet community degrees. You are
toe
begging.
massage.
You can't say, well, I can't get a livable wage off of this. Well, then you should have chose better. Go pick up the ass backwards way of moving forward from my girl Celeste.
Come on, please read the book. Read the book, please. Read the book.
Because right now y'all know nothing, and you think you know everything, and then you want to know why you're being replaced by robots. Robots are not going to be out there giving nasty attitudes. They won't be attacking people. They won't be sitting.
They won't be stealing.
They won't be stealing. They won't be stealing time because people love to steal time.
Oh Lord, yes.
Nothing. They won't be saying, I need a livable wage. They won't be doing this. So all of you have actually pushed yourselves out your own jobs.
They won't be saying, y'all don't pay me enough for this.
Exactly. When reality is, and I'm landing on this is what I was talking about, the marketing. Because as what you said, Mika, and this is something I always said, growing up in Gen X, it was, you're going to trade school?
What do you mean? You're not
Nah,
smart
baby.
enough to get into college? Why would you get a trade? Why can't you go get a degree? Because it was supposed to be status. Now, mind you, the people with the skills that went to trade school, listen, I worked with a lot of them when I was working in property management. Them electricians was making bank. Them elevator
They still
operators,
making
those
bank. Oh,
elevator
the elevator operation. Hey, those
making
elevator
bank.
technicians, that is the number one trades position in the country.
Because
It's
$200 just to show up.
It's difficult to get in because they seem like those folks, man, they got a monopoly on that. They just put their families and they just put, on and on. But if you can get in there, oh my goodness.
Building engineers too.
The
They have those little programs
I'm
in the
saying-
building engineer world. You
Building
come in as a junior.
the same thing with what do you call it? HVAC people. Oh my god, my cousin is
Hey,
my
the
cousin
safety,
HVAC.
what do you call those? OSHA safety certified reps. Oh my good man. There's so many of those opportunities out there that people just don't know. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of positions out there. They just don't know that they exist.
No, and then on the flip side, when we talk about hair, we just said what did Omar said that they're spending $30 billion on hair. Do you know how much the hairstylists are making to do? They went and got their skills. And that was there's something my dad said to me when I was younger. He said, you want to trade your skill for money. You don't want people to pay for your time.
Yes.
Like because he was saying when they're paying for your time, they don't really need you. They can replace you with somebody else any given time. But when you have a skill to offer, now you can command the type of money that you're making. And I think that is what a lot of people don't understand. They care more about trading their time for money. But at the end of the day, the way I look at it now as an adult, a lot of college is just to train you to be an employee. It's not to train you to be an entrepreneur.
That's just school. That's the academic system in general, from pre-K up. Well, nowadays, I guess 2 years old up when they can get your kid indoctrinated in the system.
Oh, that's 6 weeks.
That's the game plan from that point on. They're not training you to be independent employers. They're training you to be dependent employees. That is,
and they don't train you to be in service. Like I keep telling people, if you are in service to someone, right? If you pick whatever you do, and you are in service, then you find that the career that you like, but you also make money from it. And I've never seen anybody that finds, and that's what I think YouTube is, honestly. Right? You're in service in some kind of way. Yes, it can be negative, it can be positive. But what I'm saying is once you're in service and people can find value from that, you will make the money will come. And that's what a lot of people have, even unfortunately. What Ben Crump is doing is a service. Right? He has found a way to be in service to a ridiculous group. But again,
service nonetheless.
That is how people stay in business. Walmart, anybody. That's how they stay in business. Now, I hope that more people go into the positive aspect of being in service, but that is how you find a career. If you're in service to something that you know how to do well as a skill, you will never not have money.
Facts. Spaces, we'll give you the last word on this.
Yeah, and the guy in the video, he said, let me see. He said, what did he say? He said people don't know what it's like to have a business and how managing finances at a business works. I have to disagree with him. The only reason I say that is because people understand what it takes to have a business and the financial responsibilities and all that when they go to make their own business. And then if they have any lick of a turtle's toe of sense, they would say, this is how much I want to be paid. So based off of how much I want to be paid, I'm going to charge this price for this good or service. They want to do a specific thing. Or there's some sort of math that happens there, in whichever direction it comes first. So like I think, and people also understand it when they go and they work at these places, or they, buy goods or service, go to a restaurant, and they say, why is one McDonald's burger $8? Well, it's the simplest of math. It's the simplest of math. People want to get paid more, so the company has to charge more.
Yeah,
it's just that simple.
Well, they also got to understand that these companies, especially if they're publicly traded, they have a fiduciary responsibility to turn a profit for their stockholders or shareholders. So they're not in the business of losing money. They're just not. And to be honest with you, they have a responsibility to their shareholders to do whatever is necessary to turn a profit, whether that means they're raising the price of their goods or services or decreasing the workforce. If they can do the same with less or more with less, they have a responsibility to do so.
Yes.
I don't think these people understand this.
That's right.
And the last thing I think about it is, you know, the businesses are, there's three things that are happening with these businesses, and the two things are results of the first one. Well, just like everyone said, these businesses are making adjustments. They're gonna lay off people like Sony did, like Microsoft did.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna
There's
lay
a ton
off
of
people.
companies, Amazon, you name it. There's tons of them.
Go out of business,
Google,
like Radio Shack. Yep.
And
the list
they're
goes
gonna
on and on.
They're going to streamline their business. They're going to figure out ways to make it cheaper for them to continue to run their business, if even better than not having people there. That's what's happening. Like, okay, you want to get paid $30,000 a year to work at McDonald's. Well, I'll go get this $60,000 machine that'll pay itself off in 2 years, and then I'll be just straight profit after that.
And then it's straight profit from that point on. And people don't understand that it costs to have an employee. Every person that you hire, you have payroll taxes on that individual. You pay your benefits. They call it a burden charge. So every employee, there is a percentage that it costs for the company to have said individual. They also pay half of your Medicare. They pay half of your Social Security. Your company pays this. People do not. I don't think they understand what it costs companies to actually have an employee. They don't understand it.
Onboarding costs.
That's what he meant. That's what he meant.
If there's a uniform involved.
Yeah. Oh,
It's
all
like
of that.
With a lot of companies, one of their largest expenses, and I looked this up before, I don't remember what the percentage was, but one of their largest expenses is expenses that are related to employees.
Absolutely.
So when they say, like, okay, I'm gonna I think it was Microsoft laid off 2,000 people or something, like, I probably have the number wrong, but they laid it off. It's okay, whatever those people's salaries, they're gonna figure out how to save that money and put it back into the business, and that's what's gonna happen. So what the companies are gonna do is they're gonna change how they're gonna streamline their company, and they're either gonna find cheaper labor. Cheaper labor, or they're gonna go fully automatic. That's what's gonna happen.
Or they're going to incentivize the people that they do keep to do more, and they're going to incentivize them by offering bonuses and things of that nature. Because I worked at a place like that they a quarterly bonus. If you can do your job and save us money, we got a bonus for you at that quarter. And that incentivizes people to work their tails off. Now the government don't do this, but private sector business. Private sector business.
That's why they hate Elon so much. Because Elon, like when they talked about him being a trillionaire, I said, well, how come y'all didn't talk about all the millionaires he made too?
Exactly.
He made a lot of
money. He sure created a whole heck of a lot of millionaires.
Because they don't do anything that highlights any kind of productivity. They're a different situation.
No, you're absolutely right. But the other thing too is that with the advent of AI, it's actually, I don't think people really understand it. I mean, AI is more for just doing research. It can also be your employees. So nowadays you have a lot of people that are starting companies that at once upon a time you needed to hire 4 or 5 people. Now you could get away with yourself and 3 or 4 AI tools that could take the place of you actually having to hire some people. So find a need and go fill the need.
The receptionist, they got an AI program for that. You give it a little voice. They're answering calls. I seen one guy do the call, and he said, now I'm gonna call my business. And he called his business and was asking questions. It was like a pizza business. He said, okay, well, what about if I want this topping, and it sounds so much like a real person. He was like, well, we can give you this topping. I said, oh, yeah, done. You're done.
Wow.
Why do you think Hollywood? Why do you think Hollywood had to do that whole strike? Because now you have writers; they don't need you. They
don't need as many writers anymore.
Actors either.
They can
actors neither.
exactly
musicians,
Yeah,
right?
same thing with musicians.
They can write tons of
They can make
songs.
the actors look like the animated actors look just like real human beings. Trust me.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. No,
They're all scared.
it's being done. I mean, everybody is scared.
There's
But
a
when
movie
you,
right now. I forget the name of it, but it's on it's either Netflix or that other one. But it's entirely AI actors, and I didn't not know. I saw the trailer.
I know what you're talking
I
about.
saw the trailer. I saw a few of those. But some of them you can tell. You know,
That's
I guess
why
it
these
depends
actors
on.
are so bitter.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
That's why Jennifer Lewis is doing death poems for Nolan, and they in the kitchen trying to pretend they know how to make a tuna melt, and everybody's cooking. All the ladies are cooking.
They gonna mess around and
That's
find
why
out.
they're
That's
so
why
bitter,
we don't
because there's
need
no
you.
more work.
And you're not gonna be able to get
Training
away
built
with
them.
it, even all the way down to the degenerates.
Yeah.
They're even mad because they have AI for that too.
Yeah.
It's like,
Mhm.
wow,
No,
it's
absolutely.
They got an AI
we're getting
degenerate.
we're the only
To Space's point, if anybody questions how much an employee is worth, look at how many they had to let go, release during C-19. They had to offload a lot of employees because the money, they can't keep paying you, and nothing's
And
coming in.
nothing's open. I mean, think about how many businesses closed during that time frame because of this. You know, some of that was just bad policies by, you know, some of these leftists
Intentionally.
which intentionally done. We're gonna read some super chats, so we're gonna get out of here, man. Let me see, where am I at here? Okay, here we go. Shout out to Miss Tate, $5 super chat, says businesses are hiring older adults because some, not all, Gen Zers are extremely difficult to train, poor customer service, and lack interpersonal skills. Oh,
Very
Lord.
true. Very
You
true.
are right about that one. You are right about. I will say this: being down here in the South, especially out this way where I'm at here, I gotta say, and my wife could attest to this if she's still watching. I've experienced some of the best customer service that I have ever experienced down here. I'm telling you, like, these people are phenomenal when it comes to the service, man. I'm just saying. Now, I've gone to Baltimore and you go to places, man, and they like, what you want?
And it's not just customer service, it's because the people are not unhappy and bitter.
That too. Yeah, that has to play a major
They
role.
have a quality of life. I'm telling you, these urbanized places, this is why we're having the end of urbanization, is because it has ruined the quality of life, and the system and the policies actually is corrosive. This liberalism is corrosive, but I can't talk about it because I was told to be quiet. But
Exactly. Thank you. Crystal's Caveman is in the building. $5 super chat says people always screaming to lower prices, but never about lowering wages to fit the same costs. They only care about checks, but ignorant on the balances. Yeah. No, you're right, Captain. Thank you very much, Captain Caveman, coming through with the $20 super chat. Says at 23, I left a low-paying job to work for an Italian contractor for free. I was inexperienced and he had no use for me, but I had use for him. I gained experience and it led me to starting my own. Success starts from sacrifice, man. These youngins don't know nothing about no daggone sacrifice. Are you kidding me?
So true.
Are you kidding me?
Seriously.
Yo, I was in that same situation, not necessarily working for free, but not working for a whole lot, because it wasn't about the money. It was about gaining the experience and the reference. I don't think people understand how important that network is in building those references up. It's extremely important.
They take that out of the school too.
Yeah.
You know, telling people
And that, I
about
was just about to
how
say
that
that.
works. They take all of that out, because you can go like the internships and things like that. It's only glorified maybe if you're in like law or something like that, but it's in every field. And that's why I used to say the building engineers, a lot of them, they don't have college degrees. They started out as just like the the handy person or whatever at the building. And so you don't realize like that gained experience plus then, the building might, since you're here and we pay you a low wage, we'll pay for you to get the certification. Now somebody is paid for the certification for
People don't think about it that way, man. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Well, experience and your network. You know that old phrase, you know, your net worth is directly related to your net work. It's extremely important, man.
Yeah.
And so when you go into these places and you burning bridges and all this other kind of stuff, you never know who you might need to reach out to say, hey man, can you vouch for me, for this next opportunity?
They don't know that.
They don't think like that, man. A lot of these folks don't think like that, man.
Here's a piece of it. It's not what you know, it's who you know.
It's who you know. Oh, absolutely. A lot of times I can honestly say it's more who you know than what who you know could get you in the door. What you know will keep you there.
That's
But one of my friends, that I had worked with for a long time, I knew he was a good dude, and we were looking for somebody on my team. I was like, we ain't even got to put that position out. I got somebody. You know what I'm saying? And he came in, interviewed, and he got the job on the strength of me. It does happen. And then because he was a good worker, that's what kept him there. But a lot of times, man, who you know will get you in some doors that you might not be able to get yourself into. Now, what you know is in your work ethic will keep you there.
Yep.
Some of them can't get in because they got
time. If I put my name on you, bro, don't go in there messing up now.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Don't let me put my name because it'll be the last time that happens.
Some of them can't get in because they got bad attitudes. They be like burning bridges left and right. Attitude.
That's why. I don't know if you saw the video where the girl was like, "I'm not giving 2 weeks notice. 2 weeks notice when you're leaving a job. No, because so on and so forth. You walk out in them immediately." And I'm like,
"No, you give a 2 weeks notice." Sometimes, I mean, I've offered 2 weeks notice and I've been told, you know what?
It's okay.
Don't even worry about it. But typically when that happens, they turn around and say, hey, man, we're going to go ahead and pay you out for the 2 weeks. We just don't need you to, work. Because I work commission-based positions pretty much my entire career. So, there's no point. They know I ain't about to do nothing for 2 weeks because I ain't going to get paid on none of that. So, like, hey, just go on, we'll pay you your base for the 2 weeks. And then, we'll thank you. Thank you. Shout out to Terry Cisco coming through. $10 super chat says there is now a workforce Pell Grant for the workforce as older people are retiring and replacements are in demand. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of, I think they were talking about the amount of HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians that are needed because there are so many of them that are retiring now and they're doing everything that they can to get these young folks in, man. They're doing a lot.
Providing training for them.
Even providing training, on the job training. Now, it's typically not going to pay that much early on.
Right.
But it's not, again, it's not about how much you make early on. It's about the experience. It's about the network that you can build.
That's right.
But young people need to be taught this, though.
But they don't like that, though, because they don't want to. They don't want to do from the bottom. Now we're here. They just want to go from
zero to 100K
immediately. Yeah.
Shout out to Captain Caveman, $2 super chat says they go to college to be smarter dummies. Hey, Captain Caveman, you giving them too much credit. I don't know if about the smarter part, just dummies.
No, they are smarter dummies. They found a way to continue on the path of being dummies, but it's further on because California got a lot of smart dummies. A lot of them.
Deeper dummy.
Shout out to Captain Caveman with the $2 super chat says, I got a degree in attendance for 1 day. This guy. Captain Caveman again, $2 super chat says, I have over 65 degrees on my wall, my thermometer. Oh, Lord. Thank you, B, coming through. She says, do these universities bear no responsibility for taking advantage of these young, dumb kids? New York offering and encouraging those useless degrees. What happened to guidance counselors? Seriously.
They're part of the teachers union.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the other thing too is that what you got to understand is that these guidance counselors or quote unquote college career counselors, these aren't jobs that are filled by people with my background. I always would wonder, like, why wouldn't they hire somebody that's been in this space to give these young people insight? They hire people fresh out of college to do these jobs. So you got people that don't know anything, that's never actually been in the work field or work in the workforce. They have no networks, no connections with companies. They have no idea what companies are looking for. And these are the people counseling these young people, and that's why. But the other thing too is that as long as the federal government is willing to continue to guarantee these student loans, it doesn't matter. There's no, it doesn't matter. These schools are going to continue to get their money.
That's right.
And they're going to continue to raise these tuitions because the federal government has decided that they're in the student loan business. And they're just guaranteeing these. They're just guaranteeing these loans. So it doesn't matter.
And there's no cap. No cap.
And there's no cap on it.
No matter what you charge, we'll pay.
We'll pay it. And they take advantage of these kids. and they don't care if you get a job or not. They could care less. They could care less. They already got their money. Matter of fact, that's why
they're in school.
That's why they're willing to just let you in, even if they can get that money for one semester for your behind. Right. They okay with it because you're gonna be stuck with the student loan.
So your frontal lobe is not developed enough to know when you do a crime, but it is developed enough to know that you will have mounting interest on these loans. It is developed enough for you to know which gender you want to be at 3.
That's so exactly right.
And all of those things are developed enough, but it's not developed enough for you to walk into a bank and get a business loan.
Make it make sense.
I would say to be also, and that's why parents, with me and my kids, I was very, listen, let's look at all the different things that you want to do in life. And let's figure out different options. Everything does not need college. Let's figure this out because it's the government and the schools are going to do what they're going to do. Corruption. They're going to do what they're going to do. Right. That is why we got to step in and be like, come here. Where you going? We're not doing that. Go ahead and get a skill. And that's the one thing I love that my dad and my mom, get you a skill. What's heavily degrees.
Well, the other thing with the advent of AI, I know a lot of people are, scared, to death about AI, but it's also creating new jobs. There are, AI machine learning engineers. There are AI prompt engineer positions that are out there. You can go in, and these aren't even college degrees because the colleges hadn't caught up with it yet. These are certifications that you can obtain that don't really cost you that much. I mean, you're going to spend a little bit of money, and then obviously your time to learn these skills, but it has created some new jobs. So it's taken some jobs away, but it has created new jobs. But that's what happened in every new, technological or industrial revolution. There's jobs that are lost, and then there's new jobs that are created for the new, for the new workforce. So
new industry,
for their new industry. So when you think about this, in the 1800s, when the advent of the car and, the tire and all this other kind of stuff, people were upset because there was a whole industry around the cart and buggies. And you had the people that picked up the horse dung. You had the people that worked on the wheels and all this other kind of stuff. And they're like, man, we're going to lose jobs. But a new industry was created. And it was even more jobs that was needed.
But this always happens in each generation. It's been happening. So I don't understand why people. It happened in the .com boom.
Think about the .com boom, the late 90s, early 2000s. It happened then. And it's going to happen again. This is just the next iteration. It's going to happen again. Give it another 10 or 15 years. There's going to be another set of jobs, and people are like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe they're replacing." Yeah, of course, it's replacing some people, but creating other opportunities for others.
Right.
And it doesn't have to replace because that's one thing, and that's what my dad said to me when they first started pushing out the ChatGPT and stuff like. He was like, "Go learn it. Go learn how to do prompts. Go learn to do that." He said because then you won't become obsolete like other people. Other people who are fighting against it and don't want any parts of it. You're the ones that's going to be obsolete. You're the ones without jobs. You don't want to learn.
Oh, that drives me crazy. Those people, and I don't mess with that technology stuff. Do you realize it's 2026? What you doing without technology?
Everything's technology. You
can't even apply for a job. You know what I'm saying? Without being able to, like, what are we doing? I don't understand that. When I hear people, my uncle talks like that. It's just like, dude, he depends on his wife for everything. Like, bro, what are you doing?
Wait, Brother Wise, and for the Christians out there, I really need to say this because I've seen so many Christians. The AI might be the mark of the beast. We can't learn it. The Lord wants you to actually learn these things because you're supposed to be involved in every aspect of life. If you don't know how to do that because you're calling that the mark of the beast, you are going to fall behind and you want to blame everybody else. That's your business. You better go out there and learn something.
But all of them.
So what are you supposed to do? Just put your head in the sand? Like
that's how they act.
It's gonna happen regardless.
Exactly.
Like it or not.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Shout out to T Paul coming through. $5 super chat says, sorry, got to rewind and watch. Praying for all. Y'all look great today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Miss Tate as well. $5 super chat says, been fully remote for 13 years. Company cut costs by dissolving brick and mortar and were able to provide nice salary increases. Never impacted by C-19. All right, now Miss Tate was in that same situation. Shout out to Dylan McClung coming through. $10 super chat says, dang, y'all still rocking. I figured I'd be catching the reruns at this time. Y'all got Wise working time and a half today.
Wise, you need to take a screenshot of that. So when my man come back, they like to talk about your schedule. You tell him.
Papa Don in here. He laughing.
Oh, he did.
He in here talking trash too. He in here talking trash too.
I think somebody else said that they're making up for Wise taking off on Friday. That's what they said in the chat.
Yeah. Hey, we're still only going 3 days a week. I'm just letting y'all know. Don't even ask for Monday, Tuesday. We'll leave that to AT. You know. Shout out to Professor Sonny. Says, I'm a smarty pants. All right now. We got Spaces with the $5 super chat. Says life is 85% what you know and 15% what. Did I do that right?
It's supposed to be who. Sorry, my fault.
Who you know. Don't major in stoplight colors and minor in mailbox studies. Go based on the future of the economy. Yes. You know what you can do? Everybody use AI and they use it for all kinds of crazy things, but you can actually go and say, hey, what are the top 10 positions that are going to be in demand over the next 10 years? And then you can steer your children into the direction of those fields. Hey, healthcare is going nowhere. There is a nurse shortage right now, and there is a need for healthcare providers in almost every aspect that you could think of. Home healthcare providers are needed. Matter of fact, from a business standpoint, home healthcare provider business operators booming right now because we have so many of these, baby boomer types that are retiring and retirement age, and they are in need, of assistance because they have kids that, don't want to take care of them in that manner. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the government is paying, if you're willing to be one of those types, they're paid $3,000 a month.
They do.
Yeah, and a lot of staffing companies are getting into the hiring process because they don't have enough people to find people so the government, especially in New York, the government is giving out contracts to just regular everyday staffing companies to find healthcare workers.
And I can give y'all one other tidbit. You can actually go into one of these AIs and put down, these are the things that I like to do. These are the things that I enjoy doing, so on and so forth. And then put down just different things and then ask because of my personality, what kind of jobs can I find that are booming in this industry? It will curtail a whole thing for you. It will curate the best list ever of all different things that matches your personality.
Yeah,
it does that.
Yeah. Shout out to Dylan McClung coming through $10 super chat. Says also not sure if it was covered yet, but AT wants y'all to check y'all emails. We got it. We got the memo. Yes. I think we got the memo. Shout out to Daniel Manning, been a member for 2 months. Says great show, Brother Wise and ARP family, man. Thank you very much. We'll appreciate you, Daniel, and thank you for supporting the channel via Buy Me a Coffee as well. And with that being said, we're gonna get out of here. Yeah, we are making up a little bit of time from last week Friday. I know you guys missed this, man. I did receive some emails that y'all didn't do a show on Friday. They must have missed on Thursday when I had mentioned that, hey, there won't be a Friday show. So there was a few
you gotta
messages.
be on your community post, Wise.
Yeah. I probably should have put that out there in that manner. I should have, but I forgot. But we do appreciate you guys pulling up. Thank you, Crystal Spaces. Hey, don't be a stranger, brother Spaces. Right, man, it's good to see you on the platform with us, hanging out with us today, man. Don't be a stranger. Hey, you always got a place over at on Crystal's couch. You can come through with your duffel bag. You know what I'm saying? You always got a spot over there on Crystal's couch.
I'm still gonna call you.
That was 2 months ago at this point,
Yeah, 2 months ago. Yeah, okay.
You don't gotta get in it. It's between us.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Celeste. Thank you, Mika, and Minister Dancer. Thank you guys so much for pulling up, hanging out with us. Shout out to everybody in the chat, all the ARP family members, man. We appreciate you guys pulling up and hanging out with us today. Look at Papa Dad over here. He's like making up a little time. You got to be kidding me. Hey, just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? We made a little bit of time. A little bit. Hey, we're I don't even know if we're salary over here. I think it's more like, somewhat salary, somewhat commission based. But it is what it is. But we appreciate you guys, everybody that supported the channel financially today. Thank you guys so much for supporting what we're doing over here. Please do not forget, you can go over to the ARP family merch store, 25% off. Type in hashtag ARP family, man. Go hook yourself up. And if you already got something, man, do something for somebody else, man. Hey, Christmas in July. Let's go.
That's right.
All right. Be on the lookout for the Minister Danzel t-shirt. It is coming. I promise you. It is coming. Stupid on steroids. It's coming. And I'm just letting you know, we have Minister Danzel's face with him looking like this.
Come on. Come on. Wow. Amen. Thank you, Jesus.
Hey,
I'm excited. I'm excited.
So we do appreciate you guys, man. But be on the lookout for it. It is coming. Shout out to Kung Fu CJ, $2 super chat, says thank you, Wise, for stopping through. Hey, man, appreciate you guys, man. Hey, that was good, man. It was a good show.
Amen.
That was a good show, man. I enjoyed coming over and checking you guys out for a little bit. Kung Fu CJ, if you guys don't know, go check out Kung Fu CJ, man. He got his own channel, and he's doing some panels, and they're having some pretty solid conversations over there. So it's pretty solid. So I saw it. It popped up. I was like, oh, let me pop in for a little bit. Yeah, let me pop in. Yeah, but shout out to all of the Blues. Thank you guys so much for helping to keep things peaceful. I know we had a few trolls pop in for a little bit. And those, if you are still here, hey, Thursday, pull up 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is the call-in show day. And I think we're going to do a raffle as well on Thursday. We're going to give something away. I'm sure we got a few things to give away. I actually got, I think, a couple books from Michael A. Hancock to give away, Rules for Restoration. I think Celeste is due to give away a book as well. Actually, no, Celeste's not giving a book away. You're going to give that one to Daniel Taylor, right? You're going to send that out to him?
Yes. I need an address for that, though.
Well, I did. I sent you his address. He's also won one of the gift cards.
It's another gift card? Okay.
Yeah. Daniel Taylor, he's the Kiwan Lynette got the Texas Roadhouse. Daniel Taylor got the other one. So he's that one.
And he's getting the book. Okay, yes.
Yeah, he's the one getting the book as well. Yeah. So if you could hook him up, that would be great. But we do appreciate you guys. Shout out to Hunter. Thank you so much for coming through with the verse of the day. As always, Lord willing, we will see you guys on Thursday, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for ARP in the morning. Do not call me early in the morning. I will be on the golf course tomorrow, chilling on the links. Hey, I'm just letting y'all know. Hey, don't hit me up. I'll be on the golf course. So that's what I'll be doing. We all can't be like Mika, on the yachts, out there on the river and stuff. We all can't be like, Mika.
That's why I knew what happened in the case. I leave my phone.
She right over there, inch eye, private eye,
Listen, so. Willie D briefed you.
You're right. You got it.
Got the briefing, but we do appreciate you guys. And be on the lookout, man. Yes, call in day on Thursday. We're going to do a couple giveaways as well on Thursday as well. So be on the lookout for that. And, again, we'll see you guys on Thursday, Lord willing. And as always, keep God first. Stay prayed up. We'll catch up with you guys next time. Peace.
It is God who arms me with strength. Yeah, I'm battle ready. He trains my hands for battle. My heart stays steady. But thanks be to God, he gives us the victory. Through my Lord Jesus Christ, it can't live in me. I was down to the dirt, red clay on my shoes, old pain in my shirt, oh so bruised. Then the Lord hit my chest, kicked air from my breath, put power in my step.